Hello once again. Welcome to Manila and the PokerStars Asia Pacific Poker Tour as we start our coverage of day 2 of the main event with these 8 players at our first feature table. It's James Hartigan alongside Nick Walsh.
Hello, James. Thank you for having me.
And Nick, we kind of thought that we would be bringing our audience world-famous bubble coverage today, but here is the reality. This is only a 3-day tournament, and on day 2, we have to play down to at least the last 2 tables. It's a very, very long day of play. The production team in Manila took the decision to broadcast the second half of the day, the race towards those final 2 tables, which kind of makes sense. So as we pick up the action, they are already in the money. 76 players remain from a starting field of 1,413. My understanding is this is a record. This is the biggest APPT main event that Manila has ever seen.
Well, James, I can't say I'm surprised. Look at this venue. You can certainly tell it's a little bit earlier in the day, right? We were definitely broadcasting a couple nights there, but the sun is coming through the Thunderdome as we return to the featured table. And Matthew Westerhyde made a little speech there, gave a shout out to his family at home, I believe, and kicks us off with a jam. Ace Jack all in UTG +1.
Yeah, so right now we are at the 8K, 16K big blind level. So this is a short stack shove from the American with Ace Jack.
Yeah, around 5 big blinds, if I'm not mistaken.
And this shove is going to get through.
That lasted more than one hand.
Good job, Matthew Westerhyde, a player with less than 50K in live earnings. Has cashes in both the USA and in Ireland. No cash in Asia yet. Until today, of course, because a reminder, with 76 remaining, they are all in the money. So I talked about the runners, 1,413 total entries, 207 got paid. The prize pool, remember the guarantee on this tournament was approximately $1 million US. The prize pool, 1.6 million. A min cash, $2,100. The winner of this APPT Manila main event is going to get 255,000 US, more than $250,000 US for what is effectively a 1K buy-in. And just as we saw with the super high roller, Nick, the top finishers, in this case, the top 3 finishers, if you finish on the podium, as it were, you are going to get a package to the APPT Championship, which will also be held here at APPT Manila in October.
Yeah, those are some serious numbers. And as I say, not surprised. This is such a cool event. A really great venue to host the event as well. And I think every year more and more people become aware. And I'd like to hope, James, I'd like to pray and hope that some of our broadcasts might have actually sent some players that way as well. I'd love to know that our work here on broadcast has potentially inspired players to go and join the APPT and get in the action as well.
I am going to actively encourage the faking of data to prove your point, Nick, so that we can strongly argue for the commentary to come live from APPT Manila rather than remote. Yeah, so we'll get to know the players we have at our feature table. I think they play 2 60-minute levels, then a break. So every break we will change the feature table. So we'll see 3 different lineups over the course of our broadcast today, because the plan is to play 6 more levels today or get down to a final table. Well, I've run the numbers. In fact, I didn't even need the widget to tell me this, Nick. The possibility of reaching 9 today is almost, and I emphasize that word, almost a mathematical impossibility. It's a huge improbability. I think best case scenario, we get to the final 2 tables, but they don't want these guys to play any more than 12 hours today. So 6 levels on the agenda for the rest of the day. So that's what we're going to be looking at. We have got aces at the table. We have seen an open from the Icelandic player, Adelstein Carlsen, with 4s, but Gary Guerrero, great name, no notes, has re-raised his 3-bet to 80K.
Yep, so far, so good. I think the fours are fine to open. The ace is definitely a 3-bet here. Siddharth Singhvi behind with the nines. I think cold calling nines here is probably problematic. Once there's been a 3-bet here, a lot of these middling pairs just are not going to do as well post flop. And indeed, you're kind of looking to flop a set the majority of the time there if you want to feel really confident about your hand. That's not going to happen all that often. So understandable fold.
Westerhyde folds his short stack, king queen offsuit, not playing well here against a raise and a 3-bet, especially when you have 0 fold equity. And that 3-bet is going to get through. Gary Guerrero from the Philippines, $43,000 in live tournament earnings, and has 3 APPT cashes, including winning the mini high roller at this event. That was his biggest cash to date, 9K. A reminder, the blind's currently 8K, 16K, with a 16K big blind ante. 60-minute clock once we move to day 2. If you watched our coverage yesterday, we were streaming day 1C of this event. The day 1 flights all had 40-minute levels, apart from the turbo flight, obv. And now we move to a 60-minute clock, 1-hour levels. Once we reach the final table, that will be our stream tomorrow, the final day of this tournament. It'll be hands per level. Gary back in action. Another premium. Ace-Queen has raised to 32,000. Folded around to Zhang Rong, who's got jacks in the cutoff. And he is going to re-raise. 3 bets to 100K. We'll get rid of Westerhyde in the small blind. Matthew. There's a shot clock in play now. Don't have to waste our time. Matthew.
Don't do anything crazy.
And Carlson will snap fold 9-5 of diamonds. So action back on Guerrero. I guess this doesn't have to be all in pre-Nick. I'm guessing Guerrero could just call here, which he does.
Yep. I would say probably call is the most frequent action here. We can see it is 2 overcards to the Jables on this occasion.
Ooh, just a full house. Guerrero does not want to make his gut shot.
Yeah, he does not want to make that gut shot. And, you know, I think Wrong probably does a bit better here betting small. Like, he can continue for a quarter and still get called by, like, Queen 10 suited, Ace Queen, all the kings, of course, James. Don't forget all the King X, King Queen, you know, King 10 suited, that kind of thing. I think missing a bet here on the flop is probably a bit of a mistake, because you are allowed just to bet very small and you will get action from tons of things on this board. We can see Ace Queen is going to have a small lead instead. This is not okay. So 80K was the lead and just the call from Wrong. I would note 80K is probably around the same size that we might use on the flop. So we could be on the turn in a more inflated pot had we just bet the jacks.
I get it, though. The mentality is my hand is so strong, I have such a lock on this that I want to try and trap my opponent. I don't want to betray how good my hand is and lose value, but...
Yeah. No, I completely get that. And sometimes when we hit the board this hard, James, it's so simple just to say, or to feel, I should say, oh, I flopped too much of this board. I'm only going to get paid if he has a king. But in the modern game, but depending on how you size your flop bet, you can still get a ton of action. Like pocket tens probably still calls once in a while. Pocket nines is probably supposed to call some of the time. Queen 10 will be in there. King X will be in there. Some Jack X will be in there. But as played, did manage to get a little bit of value. It was not the wrong way to play jacks.
Hey. The crowd goes wild.
And the crowd
Confirmation
goes mild.
Of 76 players remaining from that record-breaking starting field of 1,413. 207 got paid, so we are in the money. Hopefully playing down to the final 2 tables today on the penultimate day of this main event. A reminder, we will be streaming the final day tomorrow. Maybe just the final table. Not sure what the plans are on the ground in Manila, but we will see the conclusion. We will see the winning moment starting at the same time as today on the PokerStars Twitch and YouTube channels. Hello to everyone watching. A reminder, questions, comments, observations are welcome in the live chat across both platforms.
Also, James, I know you already highlighted this, but 1,413, a record-breaking field. What an amazing turnout for an event like this. This does really feel like a main event, right? So what was our record breaker in Barcelona for the 5K main, James? What was the biggest we ever got to?
The biggest we ever got was Barcelona 2023, I believe.
Right, 2,000 and...
2,300 maybe, 2,400.
Something like that, yeah. So to be here in Manila in a 1K that's got 1.4 just feels so good. And I think these guys really deserve it. They're doing great things out here in Manila, and they have been doing so for several years now. Great to see the APPT is being supported by the players.
Yeah. Of course, the next stop on the APPT is Korea in September, although we've been hyping up Barcelona. The next stop on the European Poker Tour is this month. It starts in just a few days, and we're streaming the last 7 days, starting August Sunday 23rd. That's not that far off.
Yeah, it's coming up really quick.
We're going to be streaming the final table of the 100K Super High Roller and 6 days of the main event. As we see Westerhyde and Kostitsin go to the flop, it is a straight draw here versus ace high, which is currently ahead. Of course, Westerhyde is at risk. He is all in. I was going to say, where are the cards?
I was about to say, I was pretty sure that was a jam pre-flop, and here we are. I think perhaps the dealer might have just got a bit confused there. Now realizes that we are all in. Oh, okay. Sweaty turn.
It is a sweaty turn. It is top pair for Westerhyde. But Kostitsin still has a straight draw. Does not drill it on the river. It's trips for Westerhyde. That is a double up, and he now has more than 10 big blinds.
Yeah, nice work there. I would say a little bit of a gamble for the 8-9 suited, but again, James didn't quite spot the stack. Was that still around 5 big blinds? It was on the shallow side, right?
Yes. He was still hovering around the 5-6 big blind mark,
okay,
despite getting that shoved through earlier.
Gave him a spin. I think that's a reasonable hand to do it with, for sure. We do have the big blind ante in play as well, guys, so it does start to get pretty close for chips. You get a good price there.
80 and 90. No, he's also taking the big blind and the ante. 80 for total.
16 now.
Sweet tie-dye shirt,
Other
by
was
the way.
asking if Sung Muk Jung was still in. Sadly not. Did make the money, but went out in 191st place. Thanks for the info, Tom. And yeah, he was a character, shall we say, who was gracing our final feature table yesterday.
Yeah, it did get a bit much. It was quite entertaining for a spell, and then it got a little bit over the top for my tastes. And as James mentioned, I think Toby Stone would have shut that down right away.
So here's the thing, and I say this as someone who, I'm not trying to throw stones in a glass house. I have a possy mouth at times, but I really do tire of it when literally the only adjective that anyone is able to use starts with F. It's like every single sentence. It does become a little bit too much.
So fresh off that double, I would assume we're going to see a jam here. Cutoff is definitely a position we can just consider putting the offsuit ace king all in here. 17, potentially an opportunity for a min raise, but I think simplifying this to a jam is completely fine as well.
First heater of the day.
Yeah, it's chipped up over 200K now. Heckle, to answer your question, the buy-in for this event was approximately $1,300 US. The first prize is more than 250,000 US dollars, but we still have some way to go before that first place prize money is in sight. Yeah, thanks for a reminder of the chip denominations, Tom. The smallest chips in play are the pinks. Those are 1,000. The yellow chips are 5,000s, and the reds, which I guess are distinct enough from the pinks, they're a dark red, 25K.
A bit of a heater here for Matthew. Started the day very, very shallow. Started the broadcast very shallow, I should say. And now ace queen again. This time, I think perhaps a bit too deep to just shove. I think shoving is still fine. I understand his desire to just play this fast and simplify the equation, not get caught out from out of position. But I think once we get to this stack depth, we want to start finding more min raises, try and get more value from our ace queens.
Fourth all in. What's with the TV table now?
You'll see.
I look forward to seeing that at 11 o'clock.
Yeah, man.
I'm going to fast forward to this.
I was like, I mean, I fold for 4 levels, and these guys are going to think I have it everything. So.
I think you're getting hit by the deck here.
Down to 75 players now.
I really miss my calculator, though.
So the current payout
It's a hard number.
with 75 remaining is 214,000 local currency. That is 3.5K. So we are still in that, what I like to call min plus territory, Nick, where with every 8 or 16 eliminations, there's a small jump in the prize money. As is the case in pretty much every single poker tournament, the big pay jumps, the huge scores are all up top. We need to get down to the final 2 tables before we're looking at that kind of money.
Yeah, you're quite right, James. And interesting spot here. Matthew pauses with the king 4. Okay, decides against it. That's a bit more like it.
Yeah, I think he's one of those players
through.
who likes to be balanced in his decisions. I think we saw that when he was caught like tanking with 4 deuce of clubs in the small blind in that hand where there was a raise and a 3-bet. I think he's just staring at the shot clock, waiting for it to count down his 15 seconds before he decides to fold. Now, I kind of understand that where if you're first to act, if there's no action in front of you or you're under the gun, I get that idea of being balanced, right? And taking the full 15 seconds. I just don't think it's necessary when there's been like a raise and a re-raise. I think you can just snap fold in that situation.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think some people take that quite literally. They go, I need every single spot to look the same, but not all situations are the same, right? You know, if it's going raise, re-raise, you know, your decision making is going to be I have a hand or I don't. It's not going to give away as much information as people might imagine.
Well, this is the first hand we've seen these 2 players involved in. It's a blind v blind clash between Hadini Totnio from Indonesia, and Siddharth Singhvi from India.
So action must have been raised call pre-flop, right? We're at 80K in the middle.
Yeah, and continuing with the Queen 5 of diamonds, Queen High currently being the best hand.
Facing this really small continuation bet, James, I'm not surprised to see the Jack-8 fold, and I do think you're getting a little bit tricky, but I think floating when you're kind of wrapped around that 9 there is not the end of the world. If you think your opponent has a sizing tell, that's a really good one to know, right, James? Because if you imagine his default is 25% pot or whatever, he made it there, but when he sizes up, he actually has an overpair or he has a strong hand, he has top pair plus or whatever. So actually seeing these kinds of streams and seeing the sizing there is really interesting because your opponents can be wildly sort of more transparent. If you find yourself in that situation in future and you see him using a larger sizing on that sort of low dry texture, you might get a little bit more information about what his holdings are. Here's a hand that I think we probably need to play. King Queen suited under the gun.
Kohai Takami is going to raise. Takami, a player with around 23K in live earnings. So seemingly a lot of amateur players in this field, judging by their past results. Gary Guerrero, 10-3. Well, that's going in the bin. On the button with a small ace. It's a 3-betting candidate.
He could. It's probably pretty low frequency, but definitely correct in saying that, James.
Okay, wrong with ace-5 in the big. This could go either way. You could legitimately re-raise here. Could just flat and see a flop.
These two are pretty deep stacked as well, it should be noted.
Worth highlighting.
So going to war here feels a little bit crazy. I think that might be too snug, though. I don't know about the fold. I think probably we can still afford to peel ace-5 off, but if he feels uncomfortable, I support that. And actually, there's a lot of wisdom in that too. I think a lot of people do get a little bit hung up on minimum defense frequencies, but as we discussed during yesterday's broadcast, the minimum defense frequency only works if you feel confident playing that combination through the streets and through many different variations of those streets as well, right? If you're the kind of player that knows you're not confident with those combos, it's also okay just to let them go. And, in future, perhaps you might learn how to play them better. But in the heat of the moment, when you're in the middle of a tournament like this, just play your game, play what feels good to you, and then, do the studying at another time. Don't try and work stuff out at the table. That's never a good, it's never a good recipe for success, confusing yourself if you don't feel confident playing a certain line.
Matthew Westerhyde with 9s under the gun. Nick, just received possibly the greatest compliment of all time. Thank you to Susan watching on YouTube, who says, "So nice to have you all back again. Your commenting is agreeable to listen to." I like that. I like the understatement as well.
That's very sweet. Thank you so much. Agreeable is a great choice of words. Apologies for the seagulls once again.
Stop it now. Warm-up 420 asks, are all live earnings registered worldwide? Certain poker rooms, certain venues will report tournament results to the GPI, the Global Poker Index, who run the Hendon Mob, which catalogs results. Not all places do. I would say that pretty much all major tours, the APPT, the EPT, the WPT, World Series of Poker, all of those events are absolutely cataloging and sharing those results and making sure that they're on people's Hendon Mob databases.
Yeah. And as James said, reputable events will always do it. I mean, imagine it's also aside from being a nice thing to do because it's cool to track these things, it's kind of like free marketing, right? It's another place that your tour will be listed. It's another place where your event can be found when people are Googling, what was the result of XYZ, or what events happened in X location in X country. Even very small venues in the United Kingdom do the same thing. I mean, a lot of the smaller clubs like to still even post their results there for that same reason.
And before anyone leaps in, it is important to highlight that the only thing that is tracked are tournament cashes. It does not track buy-ins. It does not tell you who is the most profitable poker player. I'm sure there are many people on Hendon Mob who are actually in the red rather than in the black. But it's the only real way we have of tracking results. And the all-time money list, which is ranking the most successful, and I'll put the word in inverted commas, tournament players of all time, it's just the money they've won without tracking the money they've spent. Jaylan asking if this is live or delayed. I mean, it's live as it comes to you. We're seeing this for the first time. The commentary is live, but we are on an extended delay. What was the delay? So 5 hours maybe? Yeah, I think we're about 5 hours behind real time. Maybe a little bit more, and that delay will cut down as we hit the breaks. But the idea for the long delay, guys, is to ensure that we can stream the tournament at a good time of day for the English-speaking audience in Europe and in North America.
So just a raise and take it there for wrong.
If we were streaming on a 30-minute delay, for example, Nick, it would have been fine for you because you would have got to start work at 11:30 in the morning. That would have been 3:30 a.m. for me. Jimmy would not have been a fan.
So what he's really trying to say, Chad, is we've adjusted it so that James can join from a more palatable hour.
Oh, trust me, if they thought the optimal time to broadcast was 11:30 UK time, I would have been told to get out of bed in the middle of the night.
That's right. All right. Interesting to see if Wrong decides to open the ace deuce here. It's definitely, quote unquote, out of range. It's a little bit on the wide side. There is a big stack to his left. Now, they will have played with each other a bit, so he'll know how 3-bet happy his opponent is in position here. Decides against it, totally fair. Now, blind v blind, interesting setup. We're just over 20 big blinds effective here. Matthew Westerheide will be the shorter of the two stacks. Jack 5 off. I think there's a chance he might just bin it, but I think limping is also an option. Stealing is also an option if you want to be really aggro. And that's a good looking hand in the big blind, pocket queens. Now, I would expect a raise to something like at least 3 big blinds.
All in.
Whoa. I take it back. Adelstein was actually the shorter of the two stacks. My bad, chat. Unless I've misread that graphic. We'll need to check in just a moment. Didn't get a chance to spot it until after the hand was over.
Down to 71 players right now. Gary Guerrero, Queen 9 of strawberries. Jacks for Nyo. So this is a player with $11,000 in live earnings, $11,500. Don't sell him short. But interestingly, all of his 9 cashes come from here in Manila. Westerhide 264k to start the hand. King deuce on the button. Yeah, Westerhide has 25k chips. I don't see any red chips in Carlsen's stack. Carlsen, yeah, has less than a 200k.
Yeah, okay. Yep, that makes more sense. That makes more sense. I thought he was the deeper of the two stacks in that previous encounter, but does decide to just shove over the limp, which I think is okay. I think probably as an exploit, we could just raise not all in as well, but that's fine. I think it would have been the same outcome in that situation anyway.
So Kostitsyn is going to defend his big blind with ace-8 of clubs. Two deep stacks going to the flop. Ace-6-5. Jacks outflopped. As is so often the case.
There's always an ace on the desk. Harinoto is probably going to feel good about continuation betting this board. Your opponent will have an ace once in a while, but we're going to get value from all sorts of other things here. I mean, denying some equity as well, which is never a bad thing if your opponents do end up having some overcards to the jacks. As played, though, I don't think Andre is allowed to check raise in this spot, right? Your opponent will have better aces. You've got the backdoor straight draw and the backdoor flush draw, which is a huge boon here.
Great observation from the Lonely Has. You can't always flop king, king, jack when you have pocket jacks.
Very wise.
Another overcard to Neo's jacks, and I would imagine he's probably done with betting.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what he does now. As you say, James, I think the check is probably quite natural. The interesting thing about betting turn here is on a texture that's ace-5-6 rainbow, it's not like we're getting value from a flush draw, right? The flush draw doesn't exist on the flop. On the turn, they might still have a hand like 7-8, but other than that, I don't expect a 6 or a 5 to confidently call a turn barrel for value, so I think checking is quite natural. But once there's a check now, Andre is going to be aware that ace-8 is probably the best hand at this point. 144 in the middle. I think something like 80K would be really nice here for me. Goes even smaller, 45.
Andre Kostitsyn chipping up.
Does manage to get some nice value there. I do wonder what the most the jacks will call will be. I mean, there's a chance maybe he does get a little bit more if he sizes up, but you never know.
This is not like WSB where
they don't do it that way here.
they rotate. So you are now.
Totally random.
Then right after maybe there's another table, and you move out. You know.
So there has been a jump in prize money. Now we're down to 71 players. Approximately 4,000 US dollars when you're eliminated now. Ace-4 of hearts for Zhang Rong. And ace-4 of clubs for Matthew Westerhide. This might just come down to one simple thing, Nick. Who wants it more?
We're about to find out. He could just also fold. Wrong wants it more.
Gary Guerrero, king 7 of diamonds. In the big blind, makes the call. We're going to see ourselves another flop. That flop being queen 3-3, ace high still ahead.
Yep, it is a pretty hand to continue with here just for the single raise. I think wrong. Just wants to bet small on this board a lot. Wait, sorry. All in is the move.
I guess putting Guerrero to the test. He only has 80K behind.
Huh. He is very shallow. I appreciate that. Let's think. So still quite a few bigs.
5 bigs.
Yeah, I think you could probably just bet one big blind and you have exactly the same effect. I mean, I suppose once in a while your opponent might check shove if they have a club draw, and then you're kind of in a weird spot. But for the most part, I think just the one big blind is going to be fine there. I think the shove is probably not the end of the world, though.
Crucially, Gary Guerrero is running out of chips. He is the table short stack right now. And if you look to the tournament clock, you will see that he has laddered. He's made it to the next pay jump, and I don't think there's another pay jump until we're down to 55 players. So go for it. Ace-Jack of diamonds for Matthew Westerheide, who did start this feature table as a super short stack, but has chipped up nicely. We're still at the 8-16 blind level, so Westerheide is going to open to 32K. Here is a shortish stack. Adelstein Carlson with the Snowmans.
I think he's all in, James.
I guess the question is whether Ace-Jack calls and we see a flip.
Let's see. So around 15 big blinds is the all in. I think we need to call here, James.
195.
Yeah, I mean, it's, what is it? Fewer than 15 bigs?
So how are you?
Good. You?
Good. Hit the once again?
And you've already committed 32K, 106. Yeah, 10 big blinds to call. Ace-Jack suited. Yeah. The one thing I would say, Nick, is you have to account for the fact that it's still a healthy chunk of Westerheide stack. If he calls here and loses, if he calls here and he's wrong, he's then going to be short stacked.
Yeah, it doesn't feel nice. I'm not saying it's a call just because, you know, we can see it's 2 overcards and he's going to have a good shot at winning. But as you say, it's not an easy decision. This doesn't feel good. You don't feel super confident. Your opponent will turn up here with hands we have dominated, right? Once in a while. They will have hands like King, Queen once in a while. They might even have hands like Queen, Jack suited once in a while. They'll have all the pairs of which we are usually flipping a fair amount. So I think this is a tough one, but okay, decides against it. Fair play.
Does indeed let it go. So Carlson chips up. Nick, I have a fabulous, fabulous hashtag fun fact about Adelstein Carlson. So this guy is from Husavik, a small town in the north of Iceland, which has been made famous as a whale watching destination. But here is the hashtag fun fact. In 2012, Icelandic filmmaker Joe Capra was shooting a movie called Legend, and the production notes specifically thank Adelstein Carlson of Husavik because he helped Capra when he had car problems. So I don't know whether Carlson is a qualified car mechanic, but he clearly knows his way around an engine and was able to assist filmmaker Joe Capra on Iceland's National Day during the shooting of the movie Legend. And so he got a thank you credit for it.
I think if you live in Iceland, it's just like a national requirement that you know how to save people in remote locations, right? You have to know something about an engine.
It's a fantastic place to visit, by the way, if you haven't been to Iceland. Again, a beautiful part of the world. Not cheap, but also if you're a movie fan, so many films have been shot in various parts of Iceland, especially a lot of sci-fi movies, right, where they're looking for like weird planet landscapes.
Yeah,
so it's
right, exactly.
definitely a movie nerds fun destination to like check out some film destinations.
You know what I like to check out, James? Pocket Aces.
Probably supposed to call there, but I want to stick around there a little longer.
吃不了，不准吃，水都不准喝，口水都只剩下球粉。
I think this is going to be 3-bet take it down, though.
搬到这儿来 double 了一
Yeah.
下。
Unless Kostitsin decides to get funky with the Lashif.
You open 2, you would have hold 12 off your stack. You're crippled, you're one-handed.
So if I, that's what I was thinking. If I'm dominated, like, that's a valuable stack still.
你现在是不是已经不亏钱了啊？
Also depends on what pair I had.
如果单算我的话，是不是已经不亏钱？
Yeah, you could have
这就20万了。
a pair that covered my
就是我还要服你。
card, yeah.
So Nick, quick catch up on post-stream activities from yesterday. Once again, inspired by this amazing venue, the Cove at APPT Manila. I did utilize the swimming pool, but I did go to the cinema yesterday. The first thing to say is that the AMC cinema at Universal Studios, they have the actual wooden horse, the prop from the movie The Odyssey, constructed outside the theater. I had to take a
that's
photo. I'm
cool.
like, wow, the actual screen used prop is now outside that cinema. But I did see the new Spider-Man movie,
Yeah, it's no Spider-Man,
Yeah.
but they've got
and I preferred it to the last one. Was not a big fan of the whole multiverse thing in the last one. But like so many Marvel movies, it suffers from being at least 30 minutes too long.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, also, how much of that as well is them setting up for future films and all that kind of thing? I do feel
so
like
much.
there's so much bloat that is just sort of like, hey, if we need this in the future, don't forget to include X and, you know, slap in an extra post-credit scene and all this other stuff.
Oh, trust me, they are setting up something very big with the reveal of a certain character in this movie. I will say no more. Is it worth seeing, Tom? I guess if you're a fan of Marvel movies, if you like the Spider-Man movies. I love Tom Holland, I love Zendaya, and I love their partnership on screen. So it's worth seeing for that.
Where I am in Noble, like if you go
As
Yeah,
we
I agree.
see
I actually really like those
Queens
two.
raised
restaurants, like have open spaces, like a nice restaurants.
and fold from the blinds.
I just can't eat there.
Are you also all caught up on Dune, James? Have you seen all the Dunes to date?
Well, there's only 2 of them. It's not that. I mean, it's a bit different. Going to see a Marvel movie is like, have you seen 30 films and 12 TV shows?
Yeah, you're right. There has been 2, hasn't there? But the number 3 must be coming out early next year or something like that.
Yeah, so just if you go and see the IMAX presentation of The Odyssey, Denis Villeneuve has given Christopher Nolan like a 5-minute chunk of the movie shot in IMAX, which precedes The Odyssey. So I've seen 5 minutes of Dune Part 3, courtesy of that preview.
Oh, there you go.
But yes, I saw Dune Parts 1 and 2. I like them both. I'll be honest with you, not being familiar with the novel, I kind of expected the second film to have more of a conclusion. I didn't realize that the story continued and that we were going to see, you know, that it very much ends on, I guess, for want of a better phrase, a cliffhanger. And I didn't know there was even going to be a third part. So I came out of it a bit unsatisfied, but now I know I probably enjoy it more. And I would definitely revisit parts 1 and 2 before going to see the third one at the cinema.
Yeah, 100%. I think I was aware of the books. I was aware of the sort of some of the lore, but the universe and the actual books, you know, I think a lot of people recognize some of the books as like, you know, what they would consider the real Dune universe. And then he went on to write many, many more books that got increasingly deranged and crazy and wild. And a lot of the fans sort of say after a certain number of books, they kind of stopped counting those as, you know, additional canon. I actually ended up following a guy on Instagram who breaks down the lore. So a lot of what we sort of are supposed to take for granted on screen, he explains the history behind it and where it came from. And knowing the behind the scenes makes it a much more enjoyable experience, I think, because you lose a little bit in the translation.
Anyway, the most important thing here is that now Amy Pascal is done with Spider-Man. That's out in the cinema. Very soon, Denis Villeneuve will be done by June, and the 2 of them can get on with making the next Bond film.
You like the shows.
Perfect.
I love the sphere. The sphere
Ace King suited.
Andrei Kostitsin opens to 32,000.
But she was bored. She liked it more when we went over to LA.
Dank is asking if we've seen the one from 1984. I assume you mean the Dune film. Yes, I have.
The David Lynch version.
Yeah, very cool though. And like we watch it back now, and it does seem a bit. The effects and everything seem a bit like low tech, but I think at the time they were very clever for what they did, and I actually really enjoy that. Okay, we're counting the chips one at a time. Tree bet.
Sorry? Yeah, I think so. No, I think he's sleeping. Tired now. Yeah.
I think we can just shove this one if we want, James.
Multiple tournaments.
What do we start around? This is around 30 big blinds effective to start the hand, something like that. There's an opportunity to 4-bet non all in. Ace King suited tends to be the hand that we tends to be the Ace King, Ace Queen that we can 3-bet non all in here more often. Oh wow, Andre
interesting.
playing it cool. Okay.
Does have the
Fair enough.
advantage of position, and he doesn't know this, but has a huge advantage with the dominating hand. The flop, ace, ace, 7. This is all Kostitsyn. Takami does not continue.
Just to comment on this, we don't know what the dynamic has looked like thus far. This could be Takami's, first 3-bet that Andre has seen or something like that. Certainly 3-betting from the small blind versus +1 is particularly strong. This isn't a position that we see a lot of 3-bet bluffing. So the decision to slow it down and play this as a call, I think, is really, really nice. It's even nicer, James, when the flop comes ace, ace, 7.
40K, the bet from Kostitsyn into a pot of around 200K.
What's he doing with these chips?
He's counting out. Oh, no. That's a call, though, right? Those are the 5K chips.
I think so, yeah.
When he had the reds in his hand, I'm like, nope, don't do it. Oh, he's picked up a flush draw. He's picked up the nut flush draw on the turn.
I don't think I see any reason for Andre to slow down now. If your opponent does have an ace, you're loving life. If they have kings or queens or jacks or whatever, you're loving life. So go again. I think you're allowed to size down here, though. You could probably go like 1/3 pot, but, I'm not exactly sure what the correct size is, quote unquote. The point being, James, you can bet very small and SPR can become less than 1 very quickly.
Kostitsyn
About 17 days.
is going to make it 125K.
Love it. This is exactly the size I would reach for here.
你去 K1 了。11点半、11点钟这个可以看。
So how does Takami play this?
I think he's got to
Just
call
chase?
again, James. Yeah.
Sure. I mean,
think
could
he's
go
gotta call
super
again.
aggressive.
He could.
Oh, wow.
Fair
Picks
enough.
up equity on the turn and folds.
Yeah. I mean, James, he gets such a good price there on the turn. It's very hard for him to have the best hand, but let's not rule out the fact that a king or a jack might even still give him the best hand there along with the diamonds once in a while. So deciding to fold there is fine, but
I guess, but why are you calling the flop if you're going to hit your diamond on the turn and then fold?
The sort of the plan is unclear. I agree with you, James, right? If we're going to float there after we see a bet, what are we trying to accomplish if not to improve or to potentially bluff on a later street? And I don't think bluffing is going to be very powerful here. So I don't know, but a nice pot there for the ace king, and the decision just to call, I think, is has worked out really nicely.
Yeah, I'd be leaning more towards the fold on the turn, Nick, if Kostitsin had gone like 2/3 pot, for example. If he bets 200K, if he goes huge, then it's not worth doing. But as you highlighted, 1/3 pot, you're almost getting the right price without any implied odds.
That's exactly right, James. That's my biggest issue with the fold is that let's assume that all of our diamonds are live. That's 9 cards. And if we use the rule of 2, right, you have about 18 or 20% equity or something like that with the diamonds. Also, James, like I said, sometimes the king, like what if your opponent still has jacks or something like that, right? The king could still be live, which gives you an additional 3 outs. So even just the bare diamonds that will almost always give you the best hand, you almost have the direct price to call strictly just for the diamonds. And that's completely ignoring the fact that if you hit the diamonds on the river, you can still get more value, right? If you spike backdoor diamonds and check and your opponent shoves ace king, you could win the whole stack. So the implied value of the call there is extreme. And in some other universe, calling there and hitting a king might still be the best hand. Calling there and having king jack might still be the best hand for some wacky reason, you know? It's not out of the question that king jack is just the best hand.
Okay.
Gary Guerrero shoved 10-8, got called by Siddharth Singhvi with a dominating hand, ace-10. And Gary gonna need to get lucky.
Jack 8-7. Jack 7-9.
He's not greedy. Calling for outs, just wants to jack the 7 and the 9. I think he'll take 2 spades.
Yeah, one of your out.
Yeah. It's okay. Only need one more.
If you're going to put spades, put 2 of them.
That's a very good,
Spade or an 8.
very good flop for the 2 hands.
Right? Oh,
Oh,
it's black. Okay.
need the other black.
Same outs. An 8 or a spade. It is a spade. And Gary Guerrero survives.
Thank you.
That's the way you want to do it, Nick. You don't want to hit the spade on the turn because then you got to sweat. You got to hope that a 4th spade doesn't come.
That's right. And no elimination, James, which means we still have 69 players. Nice.
What are your chances there?
Stacks of the players we're watching right now. Even though he got that double up, Gary Guerrero is the shortest stack at the feature table. Matthew Westerhyde, not much more. Andrei Kostitsin is the chip leader of the 8 players we're watching right now. 678K. Blinds still 8,000, 16,000, but going up very soon to 10K, 20K.
Yep, dividing by 16 is annoying. Let's put the blinds up.
Thanks.
Ace Jack for Hadnotonio.
32.
Raising to 32. Westerhyde with trash. Carlson with junk. Kostitsin with pocket tens. And again, highlighting these are 2 big stacks. So it doesn't all have to go in pre.
Yep, about 500.
Yep, I think probably just call here most of the time.
500. I think, no, yeah, this is 500. And extra. 500.
Kostitsin
Decides to call.
flats. Seems reasonable. We'll see
Does
3.
indeed.
975, great flop for tens. Check, check. Board pairs on the turn. Kostitsin now almost a 9-1 favorite.
I think probably leading 10s on the turn is what you want to do most of the time here, James. you know, in the modern game with players being super aggressive, you still get value from hands like Ace Jack here when you lead. I was going to say, I wonder how much we actually bet. I think the size is probably, yeah, something like this, 50 or 60, I think is good. We want a size that can theoretically potentially get folds from high cards when we're bluffing, but also potentially keep hands in when we're value betting a 7, 5, 9, pocket 10s, pocket 8s, pocket 6s. I would be surprised to see Neo fold here, but on this occasion, absolutely gets it correct. The issue I have with the fold there, James, is on the paired board, the number of combinations you lose to kind of decreases. I mean, you're still losing to a 7, whether or not it's trips or not. But, you know, when the board pairs like that, there's just few sort of random stragglers out there that are just barely beating you, and your opponents will end up having, you know, straight draws and flush draws a smidge more often.
Andre Kostitsyn has moved over the 700K mark, by the way. He's already had 3 cashes at this APPT for a total of $9,500. If he keeps going like this, he will exceed that total with a single cash in the main event. Of course, the payout right now is still in the low thousands. $4,000 is what you get right now. Up top, more than $250,000, $255K.
American Airlines once again +1.
Yeah, it's Singvi opening to 32. Zhang Rong with 8-7 of diamonds. Round to Kostitsyn. Queen 10 of diamonds. In the big blind, this seems like an obvious defend. Small blind, harder to play. Decides to let it go, especially when you've got Guerrero in the big, who is a short stack and could easily just jam.
Yep, well spotted, James. I completely agree. Queen 9, very similar to Queen 10 in the big blind here. We just want to probably call and try and get lucky. Very playable hand. Good visibility.
Ace 6-6. It is a full house for Siddharth Singvi. Guerrero is drawing dead.
This is an above average flop for aces. We're not going to struggle to get the chips in here. I would usually argue that we should be betting this board for balance, but when you have aces on A6-6, you're only ever going to get paid by a 6, and we do want to have some checks here. So it would make sense to balance the checks with the absolute omega nuts. That's very difficult to have.
So Guerrero has checked a second time. Delayed continuation bet coming from Siddharth Singvi, and Guerrero's just going to have to fold.
Yeah. And question is, James, does he show the aces here?
No.
Go on, show it. Show it for the camera.
No, don't. You give him the line, you'll see it on TV.
Sorry,
If they don't pay the
John.
look-in price, they don't get to see the cards.
I don't remember.
I think my favorite poker line may be Edward G. Robinson's line from the Cincinnati Kid when Rip Torn is angry about the fact that a hero called him, and he's like, you know, how did you know I was weak there, or how did you know you had me beat? And Edward G. Robinson's response is, you just paid the looking price, kid. Lessons are extra. It's a great put down.
Oh, love it. Love poker. Gotta love it.
Yeah. Not a perfect movie by any stretch of the imagination, but it's got some moments, the Cincinnati Kid. It's definitely got some moments. Brutally misogynistic. That's one of the things it definitely has going against it.
James is willing to pay the watching price, though.
Oh, and the cockfighting scene. Horrible. Shouldn't be in the movie. But great cast. I mean, McQueen, Edward G. Robinson, Rip Torn, Carl Malden, Cab Calloway, Jack Weston.
But even 40 minutes is nice.
Everyone talks about rounders, but the Cincinnati Kid does not get enough love. Anywho, Westerhide, Jack 7 suited. It's folded to the blinds. Gary Guerrero has fewer than 10 big blinds.
Some places I'm happy if I get 25 now.
They call him GG for short.
Some places.
Gives the big blind a walk. Just a few minutes left on this level. Blind's about to go up to 10K, 20K. Now is as good a time as any to say good afternoon / evening to Sebastian Huber. How you doing, Seb?
Hey guys, I am great. I'm excited to see how far we are going to play down. So ready to go.
Yeah, I think we know it's going to be 6 full levels. One of those levels is pretty much done, so 5 more levels to play today. Hopefully we will get to the final 2 tables. For the next 60 minutes of action, I will leave you in the more than capable hands of Mr. Nicholas Walsh.
Hello, Seb. Welcome to the stream.
What's up, buddy? How was the first hour of the stream?
It's been pretty interesting. Yeah, we've had a lot of action. Our shortest stack, or one of our shortest stacks here in the tie-dye, Westerhide has been on a bit of a tear. Got a double. He's been all in about 5 times since we kicked off and has chipped up significantly.
That's nice. If you're all in 5 times in an hour and you're still
I
alive.
think 1, 2, 3, at least 4. It might have been 5.
Yeah, let's go. I've seen the blinds just went up, so 10, 20K, easy to count again. I've heard that you complained before with the level 8K, 16K.
Yeah, I mean,
So we're
nobody who follows me will be surprised to hear that. Live poker for me is a joy. I love playing live poker. I particularly love playing in cash games where the blinds remain at either 1, 2, 2, 5, 5, 10, 10, 20, 25, 50. These nice, simple numbers to divide by. When we go to the elite poker scene, in the tournaments poker scene, excuse me, suddenly the division gets a lot harder. So Tom, our moderator, who has supported me for a very long time on stream, insists that I try and play more in chips, where obviously everything is converted into big blinds automatically. However,
Yeah.
Tom, I can guarantee you that in Spin and Goes, we do not have an 8-16 level. We do not have a 6-12 level. It doesn't exist. That's all easy math.
Easy math. And Andre is the chip leader on the table. What I've seen so far, keeps open raising ace-7 off, and the cutoff seems pretty nice. Gotta be at least a little bit careful.
It's the Spraggy.
Yeah, apart from the fact of the Spraggy, but with a couple of reshuffling stacks, it's kind of a really awkward stack with 510K with deuces. I think it's too much to jam. I don't mind seeing a call. Try to hit a set. Let's check out the payouts quickly, because it's quite important how flat or how big the chumps are. And so far we have 66 left. The chumps are $600, $800 is the next one. So they're quite small. So I think you can kind of go a bit more aggressive, try to hit the final table where the pay jumps are getting quite huge.
Really do it right, you want 100 buy-ins, I think.
And Andre probably does pretty well just c-betting this board, but we'll see how he feels in just a moment.
But I really
Checks it over.
play the main event in the WSOP, like 2-hour levels.
Yeah, I don't know. I think you're gonna make your life easier to c-bet that board, as you said. Just c-bet and see what the small blind does. Small blind can call lots of those mediocre hands, small pairs, some ace-8, ace-7 suited and stuff like that. So I think it's a bit easier to c-bet. It's fine to check as well. I think both options are completely valid.
Yeah, and I don't blame him for taking this line. I think it's a difficult turn to continue on here with the ace-7. I would be interested to see what the computer says about this. Do we see bet more? If we do get let on, are we still supposed to call with the ace high and the gut shot? Question marks abound. Nice hand
Yeah.
there for Neo.
Yeah, I think the bet from the deuces is quite good. You're gonna get some. You're gonna try to basically fold out 2 overcards without a pair. That's quite nice. That's quite a good result for the deuces. It's I think in those ICM scenarios as an open raiser, you wanna see bet against the out of position players without much showdown a bit more. I can't blame him to check. That the one thing it's just a bit tricky to play after check. But giving up seems fine. A7 suited. 10 blinds under the gun +1. It's getting close.
What do you think, Seb? Yeah, it feels
Getting
close.
close.
I mean, we're in the money now. I guess maybe just a shove some of the time.
Yeah, I think it might be. I'm not shoving ace6 suited. I'm definitely shoving ace8 suited. I don't know.
All
A6
in
seems
from the 10-9.
It feels really close. Need to look that one up.
Yeah, that's a good one to look up.
Yeah, 10-9 suited. Beautiful hand. And the crazy thing, oh, big blind has ace queen. Clear call. But 10-9 is doing well here.
Yeah, very clear call. And that's exactly why some of these connectors are so powerful. Getting folds, obviously having fold equity as a jam is wonderful when you've got 10 high, but when you get called here, we can see it's still significant equity to get a double. Never mind, not on 4 ace 4.
Dead.
Yeah, apart from
Not even a
crazy running 10s, running 9s.
Not even diamonds. Oh,
Never tell me the odds, Seb. Never.
Always a sweat. Always a sweat. Runner 10 would be so sick.
Oh! Never tell me the odds! So you're saying there's a chance?
Oh my gosh. That's like less than 0.5%.
that's crazy.
Absolutely unbelievable. Seb, commentator's curse.
I was almost ready to look away. So give me the next hand. What do you mean, runner? There's no chance.
So this is what less than 1%
my
looks
God.
like. Boom. Absolute send. That's the second time this player has been all in and found a favorable run out. On both occasions, needing very specific cards, but got it done. I tell you what, Seb, you never see this stuff online.
Yeah, I just read a comment. It only happens online. Yeah, I love those people saying that. Oh, live poker is so much better. There are no crazy runouts. Buddy, just wait a minute.
You never see beats like that on PokerStars, I tell you what.
So we got
Pocket
a
sevens.
clear jam.
I think we need to send this in, mate.
I would be interested to see what we are doing with deuces and freeze. With the big blind
Fold.
NT hitting us, it feels still kind of, whoa.
That's a bit snug for my taste. Fair enough.
Yeah, I think you gotta jam that, but. And as I said before, the pay jumps are not massive at the moment. So if you're laddering up here and there, obviously it's nice, but you need to try to spin and go for the top spots. You really, really need to take your chances and get a big stack here. The ICM picks up anyway later on again when we are reaching the final table bubble. Even the final 2 tables, the pay jumps are getting already bigger. But now we are kind of in no man's land.
Decides to let the trays go. I don't blame him there. That's fair.
Yeah, those small pairs are not the greatest ones. But the 7's crazy. And the 10-9 runner. I think that was our second runner. I think we had yesterday or 2 days ago, we had a runner, king, queen against aces, flopped set. Big blind defends the king 4 offsuit. Not a lovely hand. The later the open raiser gets, the better the defend will be. So I guess it's okay-ish.
Goes for 30K into a pot of 110.
Takes it down. Nice one. It always feels cool. Even better when you don't hit and you see bet and get it through. Just chipping up nicely without any crazy action. So Nick, the red chips are 50K or 100Ks?
Good question. I think they're 50Ks. I'm sure Tom knows. Power Mod Tom had the colors sussed earlier on.
I think the yellow ones we know 5K.
Oh, reds are 25s.
Oh. So the table is actually quite shallow.
Yeah, there's lots of short stacks here for sure. Lots of doublés from the shorties as well since we've been live today so far.
Kind of surprised that the pinks are still in the one case. Queen 7 suited on the button. It highly depends on the stack sizes of the blinds. What do you want to do here? So we have 13 blinds in the small blind. And I think the big blind is on 10 or 9 point something. So, oh, I like that.
This is a sexy move.
Yeah.
Small blind,
That's
3-bet
very
jams. Yeah, so what is this? 13 bigs?
You obviously need to aware that your opponent is capable of stealing the blinds on the button. If somebody open raises just good hands, this could burn you some real. This could burn a lot of money for you. So if he's open raising Queen 7 suited.
Yeah, you're quite right, Seb. I feel like this is very good against an aggressive opponent, and it's probably a major torch against players that are playing more passively. I mean, a lot of players will approach that in different ways, right, Seb? If he's a chip leader, which of course we can see he is, he's got a lot of chips in front of him. That makes it a little bit more likely he's going to raise to steal, right, immediately. But in addition to that, there are some players that just go, the blinds are short, I don't want to give them the opportunity to rejam, and they'll only open a stronger part of their range because they're intending just to raise call. So understanding your opponent's mentality and understanding the skill level is super important there, but he's definitely executed that correctly. That's nice against the more aggressive, bigger stacked player.
Yeah, and you know instantly he looked up some charts when you see a rejam from King 5 suited.
He's been in the lab. Trades decides to fold.
Blind.
So previously, Matthew was happy to find some limps here, blind v blind. I believe Matthew is the deeper of the two stacks. Could be wrong on that count. We'll see the actual chip count in a moment. There's the call. Nope, I take it back. He has blinded down some Carlson, actually, the covering stack now. Both players less than 10 big blinds. You know, Seb, I don't know, at this stack depth,
No.
how do you feel about the limp with 7-5?
No. I don't know. I think you can get away with limping here.
I think you can get away with it, yeah, but
I don't blame him, but I think the King 8 suited. I don't know. Obviously, plays well.
Yeah, I think like you said, I think in a live setting, especially if you're playing against a softer field, not to make any comments on Mr. Carlson here. I think he's played very well so far. But generally speaking, I think people tend to be more passive, and therefore the limp actually probably does fine. We can see, though, on this turn, Matthew Westerhide can never fold. Look at this beautiful combination draw. Not only that, Seb, but blind v blind, the king high still has loads of showdown in a blind v blind encounter, right? This could just be a random stab. So I think just call again. I don't think raising has much value. It's not like we're going to get a jack or a 10 to fold that often, so we're not really going to get that many better hands to fold. If he has the 7, we have 2 overcards and clubs and a straight draw. So just call, and sometimes it might even go check on the river. He turns up here with a hand like 5-8 where he's got like a gut shot, or 5-6 where he has the straight draw. Beautiful run out for Carlson, though. That is the second nuts. And before somebody says, Nick and straight flush is the first nuts, he's got the 8 of clubs, so shut up.
Let's say it like that. He has the nuts. I don't think there are lots of ace-high flushes in there. But anyway.
Yeah, he has the effect of
really
nuts, absolutely.
Interesting question. I don't reach that quickly for chips, I think. I think I don't know how greedy you want to be. So what is your opponent limping? He has some traps, yeah. But he has a lot of one pair kind of trashy hands.
Yeah.
60K.
Yeah.
I honestly don't even mind that bet. I think that's quite nice.
I think this is totally fine, Seb. But as you said, it's when we have like a well-disguised hand, often you just default to a polarizing size, right? Whenever you have like a backdoor flush, or you have like, you've rivered trips and it looks really unlikely that you have them, the sort of default size is to polarize. Oh, wow. I don't know about that call. Yeah, nice hand there, Carlson. But I think on this occasion, Seb, as you're sort of alluding to, when your opponent bets the turn and checks that river, they're probably just not going to have tons of super strong hands. So I think the 60K is really nice.
The thing is, as you said before, I don't want to blame too many plays here. Folding the 7s under the gun for 9-point-X blinds, it's just take the easy spots easy and don't hang yourself with tricky ones blind versus blind.
Yeah, that's great advice.
That could save a lot of chips for yourself. I understand if you fold bottom pairs like deuces, freeze, and stuff like that.
Yeah. And actually, Seb, that reminds me so much of the heads-up match we watched when we covered the super high roller on Friday night, right? There were so many spots where we're going, oh, this is just an easy 3-bet jam, or this is just an easy call, or this is just an easy raise. And as you say, just learn the easy spots, learn the no-brainers, apply those. Those will win you chips very quickly, very easily, without too much trickery. And try not to get too tricky with those hands there.
Makes the runner full house. Now gets aces. What a life. The only thing we need to see is now another monster. Then he's just in a dream spot. So far, no good hands. I know it sounds silly, but you can see Matthew has 52K left. Very interesting stack. You still can make a lot of mistakes with those stacks, especially in a live tournament where you don't have to pay an ante every single hand. So he can wait basically a whole orbit now and choose his spot to even more than double up, sometimes even triple up with a race before the blinds.
That's right, Seb. Always remember we're playing with big blind antes in play, and therefore waiting until the last minute actually has a little bit of added value in these situations.
From the king 9. I don't mind that. Against the under the gun, you're dominated quite often. He's not open raising king 8 off. He's not open raising king 5 suited. So I don't mind it too much.
I would be surprised if it wasn't technically a call, but I'm with you, Seb. I think it's
I
fine
think
if
so.
you're
Yeah,
not
I think
feeling it.
bottom is probably. What do you think? King 8 off. something like that,
Not
against
sure.
another gun or against UG.
Yeah, I mean, whatever we think it is, just add like 2 more combos just to be obnoxious, right? That's how people think that's how the solver is actually like mathematics. It's not. It just takes what you're comfortable with and then adds more just to make it really hard on you, like make it more difficult.
I don't know. In ICMs, it's quite tricky. Those King X,
just to make you feel
those
more
offset
insecure.
King X combos. Yeah, I know.
I think GTO is just a psyop. I think GTO is it's designed by big poker to make us gamble harder.
True. That's actually true. GTO makes you do wild things.
That's my grandpa really likes to play blackjack, and I went round to his house one day and I was talking to him about blackjack, and I sort of said something about basic strategy, and he went, "Oh, see, that's the problem. Basic strategy was invented by Benny Binion to make people lose their money faster." And he's absolutely convinced that basic strategy is just some nonsense that the casinos made up that everyone just accepted. Like nobody has ever in the history of mankind ever gone like, "Hey, should we run those numbers and see if any of that's correct, guys?" No, it's fine. Don't worry about it. It's definitely correct. Let's just run with the basic strategy.
That's amazing. So blind versus blind, check for suited, limps in. The free deuce checks it back. Stab sounds fine. And he will take it down unless we see some crazy action. But I think Gary's not that kind of guy. Hopefully he proves me wrong.
Yeah, I mean, it would be cool if he had a hand like 5-6 of diamonds, right?
Yeah.
Where we got the direct sort of up and down sort of straight draw, flush draw turn. Those are spots where putting in a raise there can be really, really powerful. And I always find those interesting as well, Seb, right? Because if you're kind of always trying to play that balanced strategy, right? If you're trying to be the guy in there who's raise bluffing that, you obviously also need to raise sometimes when you have a king too. That's how you balance having like such a wide raise. But when you come up against somebody that you have no experience with, people that aren't necessarily going to know you or know your style or understand what you're trying to accomplish there, so often we just have to default to the more basic strategy and just assume that we're going to raise bluff there and we're always going to call with kings, or a king, I should say.
So
that's the dance.
Quite an important information for Mark. He's still 6 away of a pay jump. He would love to take another pay jump with his 2.5 big blind stack and king queen suited for 12 under the gun. I like the raise.
I like it too. Very playable hand. This is still a stack depth where we're going to do some raising with our super premium hands. So it's nice to have some of our stronger playable hands as a min raise here too. In the event that we see a raise and then there's like a 3-bet, a 4-bet, a 5-bet behind us, then obviously we can get out of the way, which is also cute when we're under the gun. So this looks good. Matthew Westerheide really likes to take his time here.
Yeah, the pay jump is 6
his
spots away.
tells.
Yeah, six people off a pay jump. If you get a pay jump with that stack, beautiful. And with a shot clock, it's kind of fair. I'm not the biggest fan, but if you have a shot clock, everybody can take as long as they want, as long as they have time bank cards.
I was just hoping you missed a gut shot or something.
What I was thinking was
9-7 will finally defend, and we're gonna go to a flop.
That makes sense.
I would be interested to see this range as well, Seb, because I think the 9-7 actually does real bad against that min raise range. And here we go, King 9-5, middle pair for the big blind
as you
defend.
said, you have to be careful. I think it's close. I'm not sure. I think it's close. As you said,
it's probably okay, but it does feel like you're going to get yourself into trouble more than you're going to have grand slams. Now, if this is 9-7 of spades, that's a different story.
Yeah, sure. That's my approach anyway. You can be a bit more suited heavy from the big blind defense, especially in ICM, and I always want to make sure that I try not to be dominated too much.
I valued a little bit of still being in, and that was wrong.
Yeah, you gotta call here one.
I figured
We have we don't even have pot behind, so I think I would just make it easy, jam it in. Yes, you're running into flushes sometimes, but that's about it. I don't think we want to give him a free card.
I've been in this spot more than once.
So 180K behind, and it is 170.
I think
sorry,
you could
180
even
the pot,
bet.
170 behind.
I think you could even bet a little big on the flop and just jam turn. Obviously, betting is fine. I don't know the correct answer to those sizings, so I could be obviously wrong. As long as he bets, I'm fine with it.
Decides to bet 60. This is like 1/3 of the stack. And actually, is this super genius? Well, it's going to win the pot.
Yeah, it's interesting. The question is, you always, if you jam, a king always calls, right?
Yeah, I mean, maybe some 9x if they have the club as well. But after all we've seen thus far, these are the chip counts. Andre Kostitsyn is still chip leading with 670K. It was Matthew Westerhyde, started the day very short and is now still our shortest stack, despite having a little bit of luck early doors, 52,000 for that player. As we return to action down on our feature table. If you have just joined us, guys, this is still the APPT Manila main event. We are on day 2. We are in the money. The bubble has burst, and we are playing down to as far as we can get this evening. This is coming to you live from Manila. There is a time delay, and there is also a delay on stream as we have tried to broadcast it for you guys to enjoy, mostly for our European and North American friends. If you're watching from somewhere else, though, of course, welcome.
There we see a different strategy with King Queen suited. Just open jamming for 16 point something.
Yeah, I don't know if I like this. It's just such a nice hand. Like we kind of want action here, and also we want to avoid going broke to monsters that wake up.
Yeah, I agree. Still gonna make money to jam, guys. It's not that
still
kind of thing,
profitable.
but in my eyes, you're gonna make more money with min raising, but it's okay. I don't blame him. So far, he's not running into any monsters.
I think, generally speaking, guys, poker being a zero-sum game, the trick is to put yourself in situations where your opponents can make as many mistakes as possible. And if we always simplify these spots to this hand I can shove profitably, we're probably not giving ourselves enough of a chance to win where our opponents can make more mistakes,
Probably.
right? If we make it a one street game and we always just shove when we can, then we're probably not going to win as much as our opponents, and therefore we're not going to be as profitable.
Extra 3%. It's easier to say now. I should have.
No, but I can't now because.
But you do the same thing with ace queen, I think. So.
Yeah, I mean,
And I'm dominated if you have that hand.
on day 1, I lost 60,000 of my stack just before the end of the day with ace queen against kings. He had kings, but what are the chances?
I think they're just discussing the fold with ace jack suited there, Seb.
It's just
Yeah. I saw that hand, by the way.
Yeah, I think just kind of lamenting on the fact that maybe he should have given him a spin there rather than bleeding out and then eventually losing that hand with the 7-5, perhaps. Anyway, back to our short stack. Matthew, what you got, buddy? I understand, though. I totally get it. If I was in Matthew's shoes, the ace-jack suited spot does not feel great. But, at this stage in the event, as you'll appreciate, Seb, sometimes if we don't take those spots, we find ourselves short-stacked very rapidly, and we suddenly don't feel like we have the ammunition to succeed anymore. So I get it.
By the way, 4 off
Who
a
knows
pay
what's gonna
jump.
happen.
He might make it.
That's right.
I'm rooting for him.
Absolutely.
Let's go.
I was rooting for him from the start. He got off to a great start today. Just unfortunately chipped away. Andre Kostitsyn is going to open.
By the way, Nick, you could be very annoying. Is it what is the could you make it, because everybody has 1K chips as well? Can you open raise 41K? I don't think
I
so,
think you
right?
still
You need to-
can. I think you still
You
can.
can? That
No,
would be so
do
funny.
do we still have the 1Ks in play? I love that. Do that.
Yeah, I think the pink ones are 1K.
The pink ones are
Just
still in
make-
play. Yeah, let's go.
Just make it 41K
I'm-
every single time.
I'm all about obnoxious bet sizes. I want to try and look like I know what I'm doing at all costs, right? Add chips that make it look like you're being fancy.
yeah,
When
yeah.
people
I
ask
think
you
you're
about
gonna-
it,
yeah.
tell them to go buy the course. NickWalshTV.com.
I think you're gonna get some crazy looks if you open raising to a weird size there.
Happen also with
Yeah. I mean, between us, I mean, we can collab on this, Seb. Nick Walsh TV, X, Peace and Love brings you the new ebook, Obnoxious Bet Sizing in Live Poker. It's going to be great.
Yeah.
It's only one page.
Annoy everybody. Annoy the players, the
And
dealers,
it's-
and everyone.
Rule number 1, always bet weird sizes. Rule number 2, annoy everyone.
Yeah.
There you go. Job done. Hey, very special shout out to our VIP, Senkel92, Tobias Leckness. How you doing, buddy?
Be this one.
He says, "Oh, mama,
Tobias.
my two favorite mixed games players in the booth. Let's go." Which game are they playing? They're playing Hold'em on this occasion. This orbit's going to be Hold'em, Senkel.
Hold them. Where we can annoy players with bet sizes, not like horse, where we are forced
Correct.
to use one size
Texas
every single
Hold'em.
time. Nice to see you. Hopefully we see us in Barca.
Yeah, they're playing Texas Hold'em. I'm hoping that it catches on because I think it could be a really popular game in the future, Senkel.
Why does this guy do this every hand? Fold your hand, bud. Yeah, there is a pay jump on the 55th spot, so he tries to get there. He tries to get $600 extra, I would say. Small blind limps in with the freeze, and we have an absolute snap check by the king jack. That could have gone
Wow.
all in pre-flop easily.
Yeah, I think check or raise is fine. I think probably I'd prefer a raise, to be honest, given the action there pre. And okay, fair play. Fair play. Does find the float with king jack on ace 8-5. I mean, if you're going to play king jack slow, I think you need to call this flop with king jack. You're very high up in your range, especially when your opponent can have all. Snap check. Stop snap checking.
I love it, buddy. Keep checking. Yeah, snap. That was the fastest hand of the day. I love that.
Yeah, I don't know. The snap checking is very difficult to balance, and I think it becomes a tell very rapidly. Senko says, "Yeah, I've seen more and more poker. I've seen more proper poker players give it a go. More proper poker players give it a go. I tested when they had a Hold'em event in Barca last year. We'll do it again. Please don't give me ace 4 suited dealer."
Yeah,
I don't even
tested
remember,
it all.
Senko. I'm sure by this year everyone will have forgotten about your ace 4 dust. Don't worry, man. It's gonna be fun.
Beautiful. Pocket
It's a pleasure
fours.
to have you here, buddy.
Under the gun. I think we gotta let it go. Or not.
Yeah. I don't know, Seb. I'm kind of with you here. This feels like a very awkward spot to play such a baby pair.
So there is a very interesting aspect to the hand. Big blind is pretty much forced to be all in. Oh, nicely done. He thought about it well. I like it. I like it. So as I said, big blind is forced to go all in here. He has a blind behind.
Yeah, and it seems like, because he's forced all in, it's somewhat inconsequential. But I think, Seb, obviously highlighting this is important because you need to be aware of that. If you aren't paying attention and you don't notice that the guy in the big blind is this short, you're missing out on the information that the initial opener is going to have a hand that has much more showdown, right? People are way less likely to raise the bottom of their range into a player that they know is always going to call, and they're going to be forced to show like what is essentially a bluff. So we need to keep our eyes peeled for those kinds of things, because that's more information on how we should play our hands as players acting behind an initial open. In this case, we can see Gary with a very legitimate hand, and the 8-6 suited has got to run this.
Would you have checked?
I mean,
what
this is a nice hand to wake up with, though, right? I mean,
Yeah,
if you're
I
going to
agree.
gamble,
It's
8-6 suited
beautiful.
is a dream.
Yeah, he's not gonna make it the 4. People bust out. But even waiting a little bit here, in case he doubles, he has more time to get the pay jump. It's pretty much the only thing he's trying to achieve. Okay, 8-6. Come on, let's spin it up. Let's hit some red cards. Preferable hearts. Oh, that's okay. We have a couple of
Still,
7s
glimmer
left.
of hope. 5 ace 9 on the flop, 2 spades, but it's a gut shot for Westerhide. There it is.
There we go. Nice.
Coming 7. What the fuck is
It's always coming 7.
I was saying, like, you use your luck. It's my turn to use mine.
The guy who hit the runner. Oh man, that's funny. It's acting a little
It's
bit beautiful.
been some good runouts, right? So we've had some fantastic
Yeah.
runouts on today's stream so far.
They have a
7 is
really
always
good
coming.
yeah they have a really good vibe on the table as well. I like it. I like watching them play.
Yeah. Definitely a different tone to last night. Lots of players disgruntled last night. Lots of happy players, happy faces here on our feature.
Yesterday's table was the exact opposite. That was so funny.
Yep. So we can not talk.
Very cool. Very cool. Lots of short stacks are still alive. It's not easy to maneuver with those high amount of short stacks. You gotta be careful. You're pricing yourself in quite quickly.
See if we get round 3 here.
On to the next hand. Andre Kostitsin does fold the ace deuce, understandably so. Harinoto Neo Queen 10 offsuit.
Those is kind of a perfect example. You want to fold, and you don't want to face a jam for, I don't know, 8 to 9 big blinds where you feel really uncomfortable.
Yeah, don't expose the dead money there, Seb, right? I mean, you might raise and a short stack might jam, but you're going to be forced to fold most of the time. And if you imagine every time we min raise and fold, or raise small and fold, we're just giving chips away with no chance of, like, no opportunity for any retribution, right? We just do it in cold blood. And I think people don't realize, if you're too active with your limps, if you're too active with your raises, that is almost always where you're going to lose the most chips, just because there's no recourse, right? Defending a big blind wide, giving yourself a chance to see a flop something major, and prove into something big, is kind of an opportunity that's better to take than to expose you too much dead money pre-flop as the initial opener, despite it feeling like the more aggressive of the two actions. I would assume Mr. Matthews got to run this one every single time. King 10 is a slam dunk shove here. And Queen 9 has got to be a call as well.
Yeah.
We cannot fold Queen 9 here. I know Carlson is not going to love it, but technically speaking, the blind v blind spot, I mean, Queen 9 is just a great hand to go with anyway, right? You're just doing so well against the range in general. Even if they have a hand like Ace 5, it's still probably going to be enough equity to justify a call, range v range. With the big blind ante in play as well, Seb, just one more big blind reason to go put the chips in here.
74,000 to call 134. I think he will make the right decision. Let's see. It's so silly to say that, seeing those hands, but you obviously have a clear call with the Queen 9.
Right. We need to think in ranges. I think that's also a good point there, Seb. Like, a lot of times people will comment and say, oh, these commentators think they're so good, but they can see the cards. In reality, this is just about ranges, right? Understanding Queen 9 is a call there. What you need to understand as well is Queen 9 is still a call if he has King 10 sometimes, right? That's the whole point. When we work out the calculation there. Yeah, exactly. So, it's not just, Queen 9 if we think that we have the best hand sometimes. It's Queen 9, including the times that he has King 10, and we still have a great price to try and go to town. So I think the fold there, understandable, right? He doesn't feel confident with it. I get it. But I think generally speaking, it's probably a hand that we can't take out. I would rather you fold something a lot closer than that, Seb, right? I would rather fold like Queen Deuce is probably still a call there, right? Is that crazy? I mean, with ICM, perhaps not. But hand live,
I think
Queen 5 off is probably always a call there theoretically. But I would rather take those out than hands that actually do better against pocket pairs, right? So Queen 9 flipping it against 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s, 8s. The higher the two cards, the better it's going to perform in general.
Oh, thank you. This guy.
Can't agree more with you, buddy.
Understandable, though. I get it. I understand. And he's going to try and maintain the stack instead. I would love to see what the actual ICM output is for that. I might even give it a little look.
King 10 suited. Interesting hand if you look at the other stacks. I think we still have a big stack in the big blind, so there is no jamming. He makes it 55. He makes it almost 3x. I think we gotta let it go, the ace-7. The sizing, it's kind of weird. Ooh, yeah, that's a tricky spot now. What do you think about the sizing, Nick? If you see that sizing, are you a bit more afraid or not? In theory, obviously, we're gonna jam King Queen suited all day long. There is no discussion about that. But people are really taking a... Oh, he jams. Very well done. Nice. That's very good.
Yeah.
And you're going to pick up extra dead money as well. That's beautiful.
Yeah. So Seb, you're making reference to wrong opening to 55 instead of 40, yeah?
Yeah, I wouldn't even say wrong, but for some reason he decides to make it 55. He probably has some valid reasons. I would just stick to the min raises. He even puts himself into a weird
Seb,
spot.
His last name is wrong. That's why I said wrong.
Oh, sorry. It's amazing. Yeah.
You fish.
Oh my God. That's funny. That's a big pickup here. 95k dead money without a showdown of a 270k stack or whatever it was. So those reshove spots are critical to get right.
All right, so I'm just taking a look at that spot, Seb. The blind v blind encounter. So he shoves 3.5 around 4 big blinds.
I think
if we're looking at IC,
queen.
Yeah, it is any queen. In fact, it's actually going down to even any jack. But this is actually, it's even more extreme than that, because this is ICM 5% remaining. Blind v blind shoves 4 big blinds, and also this is not including the big blind ante, right? So this solve will be without the additional dead money in the pot already. So yeah, I would say queen 9 is so far inside of a call there. I think we just got to do it every time. In any case, moving on from that, he found a really good 3-bet jam there instead and has chipped up significantly as a result.
It's kind of interesting. Almost any 2 then.
It's ridiculously wide. Yeah, I mean, if you imagine, blind v blind, technically for chips, you shouldn't be folding any 2 cards at 2.6.
Yeah.
Now we add in the additional big blind for the big blind ante. So now suddenly it's probably 3.6 or 4 is almost ATC.
So Matthew is 2 away from a pay jump. He'll make it. Most of the time, I would say.
I mean, the guy rocked up with a hat with a heart on it and a tie-dye t-shirt. I wish him all the luck in the world, mate. This is a guy that's going to run good in this event, and so far he's done pretty well. A couple missteps, but I'm rooting for him, Seb.
Yeah.
He's got good vibes, bringing good vibes to the table. Best of luck.
Limping in with the 6 deuce. 5-4 is just checking him back.
Yeah, a little bit.
You need to decide where you want to bluff your 6 deuce. You're not going to win this hand any other way. So flop, stabbing the flop, obviously fine if you decide to limp in with that hand.
24-60.
Yep, this feels good. 5 can't fold yet, though, of course. 6 deuce doesn't give us a ton of great turns that we think we're probably going to attack here. So the one upside to this turn, though, Seb, is Guerrero is going to put a lot of his King X all in pre-flop, or he's going to raise pre-flop versus that limp, right? So a second barrel here does get a 10 to fold a lot. It does get a 5 to fold a lot. It does get the straight draws to fold a fair amount. I don't blame him for checking. It's a little bit perhaps. It is very difficult to pull the trigger with this combination on this turn. But I do imagine if you made this like 40K to go on the turn, you're going to get quite a few folds. Technically, you'd probably want to size up, but I think as an exploit, a turn barrel is going to be really cute.
Yeah. Anyway, here we go. How big do we want to go?
I mean, if you want to rep the straight, you got to overbet jam.
Yeah, but I think you can just play half pot or something like that. Still rep some 2 pairs and stuff like that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's
really,
just a question
really
as to
nice,
what works.
Yeah, it's a really nice pickup for the 5-4. It's a pretty important pot to his stack.
Yeah, Mr. Guerrero. I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure the last name Guerrero, it means like warrior or war or something like that. And he's certainly been through a battle today. He's certainly been a warrior at this table. He has survived quite a few all-in encounters and is still kicking. All right, 15 big blinds exactly. King 10 off. I would probably bin this one, Seb.
Yeah, good fold. Good fold. One away of a pay jump, still taking his time.
Six, 7 folds. And Gary does not have many options here. Short stacked and 8 deuce offsuit. Does decide to call. All right. It's very brave.
People are lipping in very wide. It feels like they're completing the blinds with any 2 cards.
And that was all in announced from Harinoto Neo.
It gets punished right away, burning half the blind.
Gary's not going to show his cards, but he's like, okay, fair enough.
Then you go. That's how it's supposed to work.
Yeah, guys, we can obviously talk and discuss about the tanking for pay jumps. In the end, everybody has a shot clock and everybody can use as much time as they want. Obviously, it's worth a lot of money taking a couple of seconds off. I know it's not super nice to watch, but he's totally in the right to do that. He'll figure it out. That's nice, John. I like it. And we see another big jam by the ace queen off.
Yeah, and once again, Seb, just highlighting here, will this make money? Will this make chips is the question. Yes, shoving ace queen will obviously make chips under the gun here, but perhaps not the best way to get the most chips. It's not the most optimal, in my opinion.
And funnily, I like this combo more than the king queen suited.
Right, and actually, that's a really good point as well. King queen suited having much better playability, and also the opportunity to get away when your opponent does wake up with other ace combos. This one definitely feels better in that vein, but as played, does jam it, understandably so.
Very interesting what your calling range looks like here. With under the gun shoving 18 blinds almost. What you gonna call? You can't call loose there. Ace jack suited feels very... Oh, here we go. Ace jack offsuit. It's kind of funny that hand comes up. I think you can... It's a lot of blinds. First position. Now it's easy to see that he shoves ace queen off. If you don't expect him to shove ace queen off, you have a big problem. It's very, very, very dicey now to his range. Good fold. Very good fold.
Then I'll start playing fast again, but I'm just going to kind of ladder up on this one. There's like, I can't believe there's not more people, more of us knocked out, because there's no money on this table. We're way below average.
Average is 800.
Yeah, there's no money here. Everywhere else.
154. 153.
We'll just pass it around.
Yeah, let's do
send
that.
one-
Let's
we'll
just-
send
yeah,
somebody
let's
there.
let's just pass it around
That's
till
awesome.
the final table.
We're talking about the average stacks on the table
No
here.
money on this table.
You are the only one above average here. Everyone
Exactly.
else is like doesn't meet the average
This table's
standard.
so small. It's got to be the smallest table in the field.
Interesting to listen. Interesting to listen. We are playing, Nick, you know that. We are playing 6 levels. So I think we are streaming for at least 4 more hours.
Yeah. Das ist richtig.
Das ist richtig.
Moin, moin, Mine. Moin, moin.
Moin. A6 offsuit from the cutoff. You probably could get away with a steal. Don't mind folding that one.
Ja,
Ich
heute
check
wir
on the-
haben 6 Levels. Wie heißt Level, Seb?
I don't know.
Das gleiche? Das gleiche? You just say
I
levels,
think
right?
so. Yeah, I think so.
Wir
Well, I'm
haben
not sure.
six levels.
Oh my god.
But you gotta say it like levels. Level. Six
No, I don't think so. There has to be a word in German for levels.
if there's not a German word for it, it's just levels. You just pronounce it.
I don't
Sounds
even.
good.
I don't even want to try. It messes it up completely. I'm just messing up words for the rest of the day.
Yeah. So if
yeah,
anyone
yeah.
else has the same question, Minnie was just asking, how long are we going today? So we're going to cover probably around 6 levels. We don't have the exact conclusion of our coverage for today, but we have entered this event slightly later as the bubble has already burst. We didn't get bubble coverage after all, like we thought we might. And as a result, we're going to play down until we get to around two tables. It's going to be 6 levels or wherever we conclude there. James is of the belief that final table is almost impossible, mathematically speaking, in relation to the sort of the structure of the current event. And usually the math adds up.
Yeah, because there are so many players. I think, yeah, you can see it on the top right. 1,413 players started. So it's tough to play this day 2 out to a final table in one day. It's going to be pretty much impossible. Sixes, find an open race from the cutoff. No. Fold, and check 7 offsuit. Yeah, I'd probably take this as a bottom to defend, especially against cutoff. Against earlier positions, I probably fold. Folding is fine.
So a wide shot here of the beautiful Manila Hotel and Casino. We're inside the Thunderdome here, around the pools, surrounded by pools. And we're going to take a look at our chip counts. It is Neo, the current chip leader at the feature table. Matthew Westerheide still 134,000 as the shortest stack, but a stack of survival. And we may be approaching that pay jump still, Seb.
Yeah, we just got him.
Did we just get in there?
Yeah, everybody has 4,600 guaranteed.
Woo.
Nice.
LFG, everyone.
USD. And right away, jacks. Beautiful hand to min raise. He shoves. I'm pretty off with my predictions today.
That's okay. I think that's probably a sign of the event itself. No, it's not a sign of your. Yeah, it's because you're terrible, Seb. That's why. No, it's because these players, many of them march to a beat of their own drum, as it were. In any case, jacks are all in here. Guerrero is going to bet the maximum.
Fold for fold.
Any action, Westerheide.
He can play now faster again. He made his pay jump. And he does. Nice.
In the bin.
That's good.
Understandable. Queen 8's not going to cut the mustard there.
Yeah, and to defend a little bit Matthew, I think it's totally fine, especially with a shot clock to tank for a pay jump. I know, guys, it's not fun to watch from time to time, but everybody has the same time available. You can use him however you want, and now he's playing faster again, so all good.
What Seb is trying to say is he's a huge fan of stalling. If you ever catch him tanking at a live table, it's because he's desperate for a pay jump.
Oh man. Yeah, what you gonna do, buddy? Sometimes you gotta. if everybody tanks and you're not tanking, it's getting silly. It's such a weird thing, right? In poker, everybody is complaining about people who tank, but if they are in the spot for a big pay jump or whatever in a big tournament, everybody's tanking.
And Andre's going to open here under the gun. He's opting for the King 10.
King 10 so far so good. Fold, 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 fold. The big man has ace 6 offsuit.
Yeah, now, Seb, we were talking about defensible hands here. Versus that under the gun open here, the a6 definitely feels like one that's going to be dominated a fair amount. It's also a hand that's got pretty poor playability. As played, however, does decide to call and does flop best.
Yeah, I would have folded, but if you know your opponent is open raising king 10 off, fair. You're not going to fold ace 6 off, so let's go. Let's go to a flop top pair. Really cool and interesting spot for under the gun, or as you always love to call it, UG. You can go crazy here. You can just bet, jam. Let's see how that plays out. Small C bets, perfectly fine. And we see a call. So what card do I want to see? I want to see An 8 of diamonds if possible. Oh, that was close. 8 of clubs. Pretty cool card. I'm excited to see if we see a huge bluff in the money deep in the tournament. And everybody else left the table. Nobody's here anymore to watch it. Probably betting 60K is fine. Jamming the river. It's it's 80K, right? I almost got it. And that's the funny thing in that spot. So we obviously know that Carlsen is just a huge favorite here, but he has to think about aces, ace king, ace queen, queens, ace jack, ace 10, ace 9 suited, probably ace 8 suited. So lots of hands are beating him. He has to go into the time bank now. His friend is waiting and checking out how this hand plays out. He finds another call. And now we go to, man, that's going to be a very interesting river.
7 of hearts on the river.
I wouldn't be too concerned that the flush gets there. He needs to have something like Queen X of hearts to be able to continue twice here. So let's see if Andre finds the bluff. I'm such a big fan of big bluffs, so I'm kind of rooting for him.
I mean, it would be super cool.
In my eyes, that will work. If he jams that, I don't think A6 finds the call.
I think the other issue is now Carlsen does check quite quickly there on the river as well. And I think if he did drill the hearts, let's say he just has 5-4 of hearts or something, I feel like he probably dwells on the lead. But look, in play, understandable to find a check on that river with the king 10, and that's a win for the ace 6. All right, so this is a look at our new feature table. And at this point, we'd like to welcome back Mr. James Hardigan to the mix. Take a look at this fresh table we got for you, James.
Yes, 3 players from Japan, 4 from South Korea, taking their seats on the main stage for the next session of play. Thank you, Nick. Speak to you in an hour. Blinds are up as the players return from their first break of the day. No breaks here, straight back to the action, with the blinds now at 10K, 25K, with a 25K big blind ante. 54 players remaining from this record-breaking starting field of 1,413. Did I hear you just now, Seb, saying that you enjoy to see big bluffs?
Yes, I love them. I think it's really cool to watch. It's a lot of pressure on the opponents. Everybody is excited to see big ones, big hero calls. I love to see that.
Do you think you would find yourself saying the words, "I like big bluffs and I cannot lie"?
I guess one day.
Well, we haven't really got to know or see any of these players yet, but on the very first hand of this session, we do have an all-in. Junhee Ye with ace 8, shoves and gets folds.
Now we have actually a table with huge stacks, so a lot of
chips. We
do
do indeed. That is worth highlighting, Seb. Junhee, by the way, I mean, we're getting some very accomplished players at this table as well. I'm just looking at some of their results. Junhee, who got that shove through there, $3.4 million in live earnings, and has been playing poker for a number of years. Had a second place finish in an APT event in Macau back in 2008. That's almost 2 decades ago, for $250,000. Has cashed a couple of times on the APPT and has a YouTube channel as well.
It's crazy to see a couple of veterans in the game playing for ages and still hanging around, playing well, winning a lot of tournaments, winning money. So always cool to see.
Yeah, if you want to check out his YouTube channel, Steve Ye is what he titles it. Has videos about travel, food, and lifestyle alongside the poker. We talked yesterday about the fact that travel is such an important thing for a lot of people who play this game, the opportunity to see new places and experience new things and enjoy the high life, I guess, whilst also competing in some of the biggest buying tournaments in the world. Okay, A7 versus Jack 9. No hearts on the flop, which could have brought a lot of drama. Instead, the open-ended straight draw for Tomoyo Kakihara.
Pretty nice flop for the check 9. I think the A7 still might find a call. No. Oh, blinds went up as well. So we're at
Yes.
Yeah. You can speak Japanese and Korean.
25?
10.25 is the current blind level. As we continue to play 60-minute blind levels, so 2 levels back-to-back with these guys at the feature table. We do have an empty seat at the table. We're currently 7-handed. And with 54 players remaining, the current payout is $4,600. Approximately, of course, all of the payouts are in Philippine peso. A reminder, the first prize is around $255,000, more than $250,000 for the winner of this event. And as we said a few times, Seb, it's more or less a 1K. It's $1,300 to play this main event.
Yeah, and having a first prize of $250,000 is a huge 1K. Huge main event.
Akihiro Kanishi is another player with 7 figures on Hendon Mob, 1.9 million in live cashes. Most of that coming from his 2nd place finish at the World Series of Poker Europe main event in Prague this year. He is 11th on Japan's all-time money list.
Couple of big players on our feature table. Very nice. I expect some fireworks here. Ace Queen versus Ace 7. There are definitely some interesting flops. Unfortunately,
Oh dear,
not.
Ace 7
dear.
offsuit. I'm assuming that the legend of the Spraggy has not made its way to Japan yet, and that Tomoyuki Kiyoyama has not heard the stories. And this is a player with only 5.5K in live earnings. Only 6 live cashes on his resume, Seb.
He could boost his Hendon up today or tomorrow if he reaches the final table massively.
Sure.
And reaches out for chips.
Okay. Is going to bet A7, which is not currently the best hand. Ace Queen with the gut shot.
Pretty nice one to call. You're beating
Yeah.
all the bluffs. You have outs. It's all good. Easy to play. Pot is not that big yet.
And that will take us to the all-important river card, which is a 7. It's always coming, and in this case, it is going to give Kiyoyama the winning hand as it goes check, check, and Kanishi's going to see that he got rivered. When you get rivered by the Spraggy, it might be the worst feeling in poker. $52 players remaining now. It is unlikely that we'll hit the final table today. There's a chance we don't even hit the final 2 tables. We've mentioned a few times the field here significantly bigger than anticipated. The guarantee on this event was around $1 million. The actual prize pool, 1.6 million, with more than 1,400 total entries. Now, they have to get the tournament done in 3 days. It concludes tomorrow. So they're going to play 10 levels today. We're streaming the last 6 levels of the day. So there are 4 more levels to play, including the one we're seeing right now. And then tomorrow, down to a winner. And unsure yet whether we're picking up the action at the start of the day or at the start of the final table. But either way, you will get to see VFT, you will get to see us play down to a champion in this APPT Manila main event if you tune into the PokerStars YouTube and Twitch channels tomorrow.
And you will see the winner in the pool, I guess, with the trophy.
The prize pool. Absolutely, it's now compulsory. We're trying to get word back to Manila that it has to be a thing that the champion dives into the prize pool. Actually, just jumps. Don't dive. I don't think that pool's that deep, and I don't want anyone to come away with a serious, potentially life-threatening brain injury.
Open raise and free bet from the small blind. Pretty nice free bet, takes it down.
Yeah, I mean, players have been falling at a reasonable pace today, but it's not exactly, we're not exactly cutting through this field lightning fast. So, very good chance that we will finish the day with more than 16 players.
I agree. I think at the beginning of the day, it was a bit slow until the bubble burst, and then just everybody just busted. And now we have again a spot where people have quite big stacks and not busting at all. And we have 1 hour levels, guys, so those players have plenty of time to pick their spots. There's no rush in the tournament at all. We have quite a wide open race here. Check for suited on the button. And unfortunately, it won't work because the small blind, the shortest stack of the table, has pocket sevens, and there is no other way than going all in. It's going to be a very nice pickup. 100,000 chips without a showdown. Almost a third of his stack he wins without even seeing a flop. Very crucial moments for the short stacks.
So while you and Nicholas were talking through the last level of play, Seb, I did have the opportunity to fire up the widget. So I do actually now have some AI assistance in predicting today. The widget has us finishing the day on 16.5 players. So it basically we're 17 or 16. So we're either going to finish bang on 2 tables or 1 away from being down to 2 tables.
Yeah, I think the widget is going to be spot on. It's going to be very close to the final 2 tables, but I guess impossible to reach a final table. We're still 50.
No. I mean, they. I think at the start of the day they were like, no. The ambition is final 2 tables. We're not going to make it to the final 9.
Perfect.
But there is a small chance that we don't even get to 2 tables. As I said, it's going to be close, very, very close. But I'd like to think coming back with 16 seems like a good number tomorrow. If we can come back with 2 tables or between 16 and 12 players, that'd be a good number to come back with tomorrow. Because with 60-minute levels, it's very possible to conclude the tournament tomorrow with that many players.
Yeah, and you always have to take into consideration that a final table normally takes much longer than just the normal in between of a tournament. So that could still last for quite a long time tomorrow.
Yeah. It's true, and it's a weird one. I mean, it's been about 18 months now since we transitioned to hands per level once we're down to a final table. Sometimes that means the levels take, sometimes they go much quicker. I think with a 60-minute clock, it's 24 hands per level is the agreed number of hands that get played. I think we saw in the Super High Roller that we streamed the other day from Manila, they were actually playing slightly faster. So it was actually taking about 45, 50 minutes for them to play through 24 hands. But we've seen other tournaments where maybe it takes 75 minutes. So, you know, it's poker. There are variables.
And the pocket checks just jammed it in. Blind versus blind takes it down. So, as I mentioned before, we actually have 2 short stacks, not only 1. 2 short stacks, and the rest one, I think the rest ones are all around 1 million chips, so quite massive. 40 big blinds around. Have plenty of play. 10-7 folded, 7-3.
Yeah,
all good.
junky hands. Oh, 10-9 suited, the Grafton. Jae-Hyung Park
Beautiful.
is definitely playing this one. Raises the button to 50k. Round to Kanishi in the big blind, who has queen 6. Similar stacks for these guys. Both start the hand with $1 million.
Yeah, against the button, I'm fine with seeing a defend. It's totally okay. You have lots of hands. You're still kind of flipping against and doing well. He could. Wow, here we go. That's a big play.
180.
That's a big play. He chooses to take those mediocre, probably queen, king, ace-x hands to free bet bluff. I really, really like that. Obviously, if he does that with queen 6 offsuit, he's going very wide, but this could be incredible. And gets a fold from the 10-9 suited.
Yeah. I'd have been tempted to call 10-9 suited on the button, which is probably not the correct play, but...
I'm not
You know,
sure,
it's
James. It plays quite well, especially against those free bets. Obviously, we're deep in a tournament, but the biggest money is up top, so the pay jumps are quite small. In position playing that hand, it's obviously getting quite tricky, but a very cool line. And now I know why he got second in the WSOP main event in Europe.
Yeah. Kakihara folding queen 8. Jung with queen 10. That's a raise to 50. Looks like we just have the two denominations in play right now, the yellow 5k chips and the red 25k chips.
Finally. Before we had still the 1Ks in play. And Nick and I, we were... Yeah, the pinks. We were joking about making it annoying sizings all the time, so...
Yeah. We do love ourselves a color up. Second pair on the flop for Kyung-Sun Jung. Action has been checked to him. And he does not continue, checks it back. Board pairs on the turn. Jung has a lock on this. Kiyoyama is drawing dead.
The lazy bet, I like it a lot. You can bet just super small. Takes it down anyway, doesn't matter how big he goes. And a nice pot for him. Very cool pace of play here. They're playing extremely fast, it feels like, for a feature table. I like that a lot. We will see a lot of hands here.
Quick hashtag fun fact about Kyung-Sun Jung. Only 4 live caches to date, including this one. And 3 of those caches are from this festival, from this year's APPT Manila.
That's crazy. That's really wild.
So yeah, we have one of the old guard at the table, Junhee Ye, who's been playing well at least since 2008. We have a runner-up in the World Series of Poker Europe, and then we've got some players who are clearly very new to the game.
Ace King offset on the button could almost not be stronger. Small blind folds. Fortunately. Okay, big blind folds straight away. I don't mind that at all. Playing straightforward, the big blind is quite good.
Ace
Ace
king.
offsuit again.
Kiyama raises the button to 50,000. And that is going to be raise and take it. You're right, they're not messing around, Seb. No egregious tanking, no using all 15 seconds of the shot clock for balancing. Bish, bash, bosh, let's get this done.
Pretty nice, yeah. I love that. Especially in a tournament, it can easily be the case that people are tanking, try to get another page thinking a lot.
But I think
it's quite nice.
that kind of tallies with what you were saying just a moment ago about the fact that, you know, the payouts right now are still relatively small. They don't come that frequently. So ICM pressure isn't what it will be once we're down to 16. Once we get to that final table where there's going to be a huge pay jump with every single elimination, and you find yourself realizing that every decision you make has real money implications, that's when we start to see things slow down. That's when we start to see people being a little bit more deliberate.
Yeah.
Button raise from Tomoyo Kakihara with 5-4 offsuit. Jung folding the small blind. Ko folds the big blind.
So far, no huge collisions on the table, but I have a feeling that we're going to see soon a couple of ones.
Are you asking for a setup by any chance?
Yes, please. No, let's say I want to see a big bluff first. I like the queen six. Pretty nice, pretty beautiful. Yeah, setups are fun, but big bluffs are better, I would say. So, okay. Konishi finds the fold with the Spraggy. I think that was the first one. I feel like we have seen lots of ace-7 offsuits the last couple of days. 5-4 suited. Not a bad hand to open raise. You always need to check out the stacks in the blinds, on the button and on the blinds before. You don't want to get shoved on too much here. Let's see. Ace deuce off could be another dicey free bet, sure. And I guess, oh, I love that. Instant attack. Oh, here we go. Big blind with the kings. What a timing. So here, because of the dynamic on the table so far, I would say we want to see a small 4-bet. He does it quite quickly. He prepares it already. Hundreds. What is this? 290. I like the sizing a lot. Gets it obviously done against the ace deuce. And 5 for deuce. Both will be folds. Oh, and here we have aces. The best hand in the game. kings.
Oh, we had
before,
kings in
now
the previous
aces.
hand, so we've been upgraded, Seb. We now have aces. Tomoyo Kakihara opening.
Oh, that could be a painful rejam here. It could be a very painful rejam. Just finds the call. Very, very nice.
Okay.
He survives. And the big blind, the queen 10 offsuit, he's kind of shallow. I understand it. The only problem with that hand is you're going to be dominated so many times. So many better ace-x, queen x and 10x hands are in there. Six, seven, eight. Quite an interesting flop. The aces are checking him back. It could be some bluffing on future streets from the big blind. I don't think button will stab here. Yeah, he checks it as well, and we go to a turn. And now we have a chance. No, big blind doesn't decide to bluff. Nobody wants to bluff here. Come on, big blind.
See, both of us wanted sickness there, Seb. Both of us wanted the club on the river.
No, come on, big blind. Fire. Yeah, unfortunately, it will go check, check. I don't think button will find a bluff. I would love to see something. Okay, we have a value bet here. 75,000 into 185. Quick fold, and yeah, nobody is interested to go crazy here. So nice hand for the aces. Best hand pre-flop one. I always want to see bluffs. It's weird. Ace eight offsuit, under the gun. Rather like to see a fold. I think there is one player missing on the tables. I think we're playing seven-handed.
Yeah, we are. As
you
tables are
could-
balanced, we will see that seat filled. In
Yeah.
fact, now we're at 48 players, Seb. We'll see that seat filled because we'll now be at even tables. The final 6 tables.
Button comes in with the king four suited. Another beautiful hand. Small blind needs to decide when we want to go. Queen 10 offsuit is not a bad hand here. If button finds enough wide open raisings, he definitely could go with that one. Decides against it, and the big blind has just a nice clean call with a suited check 6.
Queen,
Queen.
9-8.
I feel like Konishi goes crazy on that board as well. Backdoor hearts, gut shot. Okay, check, check. Now it's getting interesting. I think he's capable of bluffing a lot. He could just bet big. Obviously, checking is fine. Both players. No, just one check so far. Any bluffs from the big blind. I think the river might be now the toughest one to bluff. He still could get out some better. Oh, he finds a bluff. Quite a big one. That looks like pot or close to pot. 115. You can easily have an 8.
Yeah, and 115k to call with just king high would need to be a big hero call. Trying to establish,
agree.
by the way, if this is the same Jae-hyung Park from South Korea who made the final table of APPT Prague back in 2024. That was the year that Pedro Marques won the event. And there was a Jae-hyung Park who finished third in that event. This guy looks different. It could just be that Jae-hyung Park has lost a bit of weight and gained glasses.
Very nice bluff. I love it. I love it. He chips it. He had a couple of really cool spots. The queen 6 offsuit was pretty lovely. Got 10-9 suited to fold, and now he gets the king high to fold as well. Pretty nice.
Moldy Wilson asking on Twitch, has anyone seen Russell Crowe's poker face? Oh,
Hello.
I guess this guy has, because he's very keen to join the conversation. Yes is the answer to your question, Moldy Wilson. It was meh. New player at the table. We referenced the fact that we were going to be 8-handed once again, now that we were down to 48. This is Mike Takayama from the Philippines.
He looks like a guy who wants to talk a lot. I love it.
Mike may be the most accomplished player at this table, Seb. 4.5 million in live earnings, 6 APPT main event cashes.
That's a lot. That's a lot. So
And here is the hashtag fun fact about this guy. He is the first ever World Series of Poker bracelet winner from the Philippines. He won the 1K Super Turbo Bounty at the 2018 series, becoming the first player from his home country to claim a bracelet.
That's amazing to see. So he's playing all over the world. We might see him in Barca if he plays that much. So really cool. And probably quite dangerous to play.
Knockney says, can someone tell me, how do you know what cards players have? So basically, when a hand is in progress, there's little graphics on the left-hand side of the screen, and they show the whole cards that every player has, and I just read those out loud. Thank you for your question. Exhibit A, 7-3 offsuit for Jung.
I think we all know what to do. Well done. And now the Spraggy. Very unique hand. Here we go. Queen 8 suited, open raising from the cutoff. Ooh, that's a big hand. That's a very
Ace.
big hand.
King for Kiyoyama. Yeah, and thank you to Ed for providing the genuine answer. RFID technology, there are chips in the cards and scanners underneath the table. It's been the standard technology for most poker events now for 10 plus years. Moved on from cameras about a decade ago. Takayama in position with a suited queen is going to make the call, and we are going to see a flop, Seb.
That's very wide, but I think he gives him an edge post-flop, so he thinks he can win a lot on boards like that.
Number one, that is a classic ace-king flop. Number two, this is the most experienced player at the table playing against potentially the least experienced player at the table. And sure enough, we see Kiyoyama check. We see Takayama decide to take advantage of position, bet 90K. Ace-king is going to call one straight.
Hey, that's going to be wild now on turns. 4 can't be better for the ace-king besides hitting his outs, but it's not easy to have super strong hands. He could have 10s. I don't know. He could have 6s. Some other 10x are fine too, but he decides to shut it down. Oh, and there is the
Ooh.
8.
Takayama now with the best hand. If the river had been a total brick, I would have been interested to see what happened, Seb. Maybe Kiyama would have checked and maybe Takayama would have tried to bluff the river. Here he has showdown value. He could potentially check this back.
Yeah, he's for sure checking this back. He wins against all the ace-kings, ace-queens, ace-jacks, some other ace-x bluffs. So it's a very, very lucky river, and the ace-king is going to be a bit annoyed.
That being said, I would have loved it if Takayama had deduced that his opponent probably had ace high, whether he would have gone for a small, thin value bet on the river to try and get value from an ace high hero call. That would have been sexy.
Yeah, but it's so unlikely to see. It's so tough to find those. That would be.
Don't take away my dreams.
I agree. That would be very sexy. But yeah, very unfortunate for the ace king. You obviously could have done it. You could have played it a little bit different. I can't blame him too much. It's just an unlucky river card. And a big pot at that stage of the tournament.
For sure. Ace queen here for Junior Ye, who is on the short side. Fewer than 10 big blinds. And he will be presented with the red triangle of death as he announces all in. And just the big blind left to act.
Big hand, the ace queen.
Oh, Queen Jack makes the call. I mean, granted, it was a very short stack shoving here, and with Broadway cards, Jung is going to make the call, but he's not live. He is dominated.
Yeah, I think it's fine. It's getting a bit close, but I think you might even call Queen 10. So Queen Jack should be in there. Very unlucky that you're dominated. You're flipping a lot, and he needs to find the Jack.
And a Jack was folded pre, so he only has 2 outs, only 2 cards that can eliminate Junhee Ye. And 1 last card to fade. Boom. That is going to be a double up for Ye.
Big double up
indeed. He now has 395k, 500k for Kakihara. Yeah. Back in contention, close to 20 big blinds now. And still around 20 minutes until the blinds go up. $47 players remaining. So we're still paying 4,600. Next pay jump is when we're at 39. Still some way to go until that next pay jump. You were saying, Seb?
It still feels like it goes real slow. People are not busting at all. As you said, we're at 47 players left. And we have to play down close to the final 2 tables. That's going to be quite a big task. Ace-King suited. We're seeing lots of Ace-Kings here.
Sorry, it's Jung who was left with 500k after that all-in collision. Kakihara starts this hand with $1 million and has raised the button with Ace-King of spades.
And he
Not
looks
much of a decision for Jung, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think it's getting a bit too wild with King 6 suited to free bet.
No. Just no. Just don't do that.
I think if you want to be really, really fancy, you can make a real small free bet. But that is very brave. And
it's not even suited. I mean, you've really walked into it here.
Yeah.
I mean, he's chuckling to himself, but there's a very good chance he is KO'd.
Blockers aren't real.
2 immediate outs, the 6 of spades and the 6 of hearts. Could see some sweaty turn cards, though. That is one of them. So now a 6 or a 3 on the river. Not a spade. That is the nut flush for Kakihara, and it's the elimination of Kyung Sun Jung.
I really, really don't mind wide rejams. And yes, you're running into some really, really strong hands from time to time. But yeah, that felt a bit out of line. Anyway,
1-0
GG,
Japan.
deep run.
Red button, 6, 7, 8, small blind, finish dealer, good luck players.
Thank you. 17 big blind.
For the ace king suited, that's the dream. You're just clicking
yeah.
call and
Absolutely.
loving lies. Yeah.
Oh, am I
Just
going to
so
have to take a flip here? No, my opponent decided to get it in for 20 big blinds with king 6 offsuit.
Floor. We need one more Korean. One more Korean.
Seat open, new Korean required.
That's amazing.
Playing
wasn't
7-handed
sure.
once again. On the feature table with 46 players remaining in this APPT Manila main event. And it's when you see plays like that, and we saw some funky stuff yesterday as well, that people are like, I need to get myself to an APPT. A reminder that the next leg of the tour is in Korea. That is in September. And then back to Manila in October for the APPT Championship as Mike Takayama opens queens here.
Mike
And
finds
blinds are up.
Yeah,
15-30.
strong hand. At least he gets a call from 886 and gets out flopped instantly. Ay, ay, ay. So very important to understand on that board is that you can check raise so many 4x, you can check raise so many draws, and obviously the 8x combos as well. He decides against it, totally fine. The turn is unfortunately a little bit of an action killer. Mainly goes check, check, and then we'll see what the river is. Another spade. He loses the minimum. Queens are losing the absolute minimum.
Yeah, saved you.
I'm a big fan of check raising those spots. I think it's very easy to bluff a lot on paired boards as the big blind, so not bad to take the trips in there too. And here you can see, guys, we have so many stacks above 1 million, so we have a lot of chips on the table.
Very much a tale of the haves and the have-nots. Most of the players with big stacks with more than 1 million, as Seb highlighted, but 2 short stacks still at the table. Mike Takayama, who recently joined the table, officially the biggest stack of them all. As we see the Snowmans for Tomoyuki Kiyoyama is going to open to 60K. Jack
Big
4-3.
Finds a defend, and it's going to be tough to win that hand with the 10-9. Good to see a c-bet here. Just a third, a little less. And gets it done. Nice.
John Riyad's back with us, highlighting that Mike Takayama is ranked number 2 in the Philippines. We talked about his results, John. We referenced his World Series bracelet win from 2018. More importantly, John, tell us what happened, because you were playing on day 2 of this tournament. Now, we didn't get to see the first few levels. We didn't get to see the tournament play into the money. We started our coverage with 76 remaining. So I'm guessing, based on the fact that you're in the YouTube chat, that, maybe plays concluded in real time. Without spoilers, are you able to say how you did / are doing?
That's going to be a tough one.
Take the Fifth Amendment if you're not sure how to respond to my question.
8 folds. 9 raised to 65. Get 1 fold.
It would be hilarious if, like, we get to the third feature table of the day and John's there, right? And he's watching himself from 5 hours previously.
Just pops up.
What do we got here? A pair of deuces for Ye, and now the club draw for Mike Takayama. Oh, hello.
Graphics are gone.
Barry Greenstein.
2 check, 9 check. So hard.
Okay, I could answer this question facetiously, but guess what? I'm in a good mood. So you're going to get a legitimate answer to your legitimate question, Ashvin. What if there's a friend watching the live stream and by some means the friend contacts the one who is playing? Is that possible? Now, in this particular instance, it's impossible because this happened several hours ago. Now, let's look at a stream where, for example, the action's on a 30-minute delay. So the delay is shorter, but even so, in stream time, what we're seeing actually happened 30 minutes ago, so no real-time information can be provided. And as an extra security measure, just in case something goes wrong, there's anything weird or funky that happens with the delay, generally speaking, and I'm speaking about our European events, players have no electronic devices. They don't have a phone, they don't have smartwatches, they don't have headphones, so there's no real way for anyone to get information to them at the table. But the main thing to say is delay.
Very polite answer. Oi, oi, oi. We see a huge setup here.
Yeah, John responded saying it's very hard to answer my question without spoilers. In which case, John, keep stum, buddy.
Thanks.
I'm going to say congratulations and unlucky and just cross out the one that doesn't apply. Kings versus Queens. It is an all-in.
Queen was folded as well. So we are seeing here 1 out or nothing.
Oh, wow. That is a one-outer.
That is crazy.
Oh, hello, Spades. Street flash potential. Oh, someone folded the jack of spades. Boring. Oh, but a king on the river. Let's do this the hard way. Let's get outflopped by a one-outer. Let's pick up a ton of equity on the turn. And then let's just drill the king on the river.
That is crazy. Those runouts the last couple of days have been insane.
Floor. We need a Korean.
Oh, that's a cool table. Oh, man.
That is going to see Mike Takayama consolidate his chip lead at this feature table as we say goodbye to Sung Hun Ko from South Korea and his fellow countryman Junhee Ye calling for another Korean to take his place on the main stage.
Oh, man. Those runouts the last couple of days. Amazing.
So we're playing six-handed right now, right? We've got a couple of empty seats.
Yeah. Yeah. It feels like nobody's busting, just a couple of people on the feature table, and nobody
Well-
fills the seats up.
But this is the reverse of what happened during the first session, Seb. We played 2 levels with the same players, the same 8 players at the feature table. There wasn't a single bust out from our first feature table. All the eliminations were happening in the field, and now all the bust outs are happening on camera. By the way, I will give it to you that that hand was dramatic, but it wasn't dirty. The best hand won. That's what you have to. That's the way you have to look at it.
I agree. And kind of a roller coaster. That always feels a bit insane to me when that happens to myself, but obviously the best hand won. The poker gods could have made it a bit less dramatic. But anyway, here we are, blind versus blind battle. Raise from small blind against the big blind, and the big blind finds an incredible flop here.
Yeah, 2 pair.
Yeah, sounds like a good one to see bet. Interesting question here. Without a heart, how we want to play this hand. I enjoy the call a bit more. We can put in more chips on turns and rivers. We definitely want to keep the bluffs going from the small blind. That could be a very good card he wants to keep betting on.
Okay, so we are able to get an update from John because we are later in the day and John's fate has already happened before the stream even started. John did make the money. Congratulations, my friend. A 97th place finish. A reminder, we started streaming with 76 players. And John said it was Akihiro in the small blind here with the ace-5 who got all of his chips.
GG, John. And we're seeing a big bluff here. 230k. Again, interesting spot for the big blind. Just calling or raising. He decides to call.
Yeah.
And we will see a very, very crucial river. I'm very excited to see on what rivers he keeps bluffing on. Wow, that could be one.
Yeah, might try and rep the heart, but guess what? Even if you do have the heart.
Oh, he goes. Oh my God.
You have a full house. You're calling.
Oh,
Calls
no.
all in. So, John, your chips are now basically with Tomoyuki Kiyoyama because he's pretty much felted Akihiro Kanishi. I think Kanishi's going to have like 1 big blind left.
Oh no. That's such a terrible feeling. If you bluff, if you make a bluff that deep in the tournament and get snap called. Wow.
My bad, he's not quite that short. He has 2 big blinds.
I really, really, really like how the King 6 played the hand. It looks very simple, but keeping in bluffs is just sometimes worth so many chips. And you can see he gets a full double up. King 6 versus Ace 5 from a blind versus blind spot. That's crazy. If he raises at any point in that hand, he gets a fold and he doesn't get the full double up.
I mean, a few people asking what happened there. Why did he bluff that hand? I mean, he doesn't know that the other guy has King 6, doesn't know the guy flopped 2 pair and river to full house. He is obviously repping stronger hands than his opponent, and unfortunately, he walked into it. It happens.
Yeah, those bluffs are very, very good. You're only getting called by the nuts. It's super tough for your opponent to have the nuts. I like the bluff a lot. It looks so pointless if you watch it on stream, if you watch the cards, but I can't blame him for taking this one.
Okay, so here is a valid question, though. Should he be making that bluff without a heart blocker?
I think in that scenario, blind versus blind, where the ranges are so wide, it doesn't matter much if you block a heart or not, because if you block 1 heart, you're just blocking one of the possibilities of the flushes there, and he still calls pretty much any suited cards. He calls 7-3 suited, he calls 10-2 suited against such a small raise pre-flop. So for me, it doesn't make a difference if he has a heart there or not. I think the 5 is quite okay. Probably the 5 of hearts would have been the best blocker you can have there. I don't think it makes even if your opponent has trips, he will call trips, but he's in such a pain. And as always, guys, I might be completely off, and sometimes you get heroed quite wide. But here we go again, ace-5 suited against the big blind's free bet. That could be another big one. We will see.
Yeah, this hand is a strong candidate for a 4-bet in the eyes of most tournament pros. Kakihara has made it 250,000 with ace queen of diamonds. And Mike Takayama is not going to play this hyper-aggressive, just going to make the call in position.
What a flaw.
Well, this is all Kakihara. Gut shot, nut flush draw. Still has the best hand, ace queen high. Is he checking or just fiddling? He was fiddling. Got to be careful when your fingers are drumming the table like that. That could easily be interpreted by the dealer as a check.
Yeah, you have to be very, very careful, especially in those spots.
What's it going to be, Steve? Oh, no, he's not in the hand. What's it going to be, Mike? Quick fold. Quick fold. Seb, I appreciate we've been working the last few days. So you've been streaming several hours. Have you taken another shot at the Sunday Million 20th anniversary yet?
No, unfortunately. No, I think yesterday I played a quick one, but I busted so quickly that I wanted to forget it.
It doesn't count.
It doesn't count. But I need to find a bag. I will definitely grind a couple of ones next week and hopefully make one before Barcelona. But I don't have a good feeling, and that's obviously not good.
Yeah, you did flag that the other day, which is important, that if you're going to be in Barcelona for the EPT, you've got to make sure you've played your Phase 1 and made it through before that event takes place, because Phase 2 starts Sunday, September 6th, the same day as WCOOP 2026 gets underway. And a reminder that we will be streaming the final day of the Sunday Million 20th anniversary, celebrating 20 years of this iconic tournament on Monday, September 7th. So lots of live coverage coming up. Once we're done with the APPT, we've got EPT Barcelona, then the Sunday Million anniversary, and then towards the end of September, the last couple of days of WCOOP, the World Championship of Online Poker.
It's going to be a massive, massive couple of months of poker.
Sure.
So much to play.
And we already referenced the fact there are other live events taking place around that time as well, with APPT Korea taking place in September. And I'm going to be on the east coast of the US at Maryland Live for the Maryland State Poker Championship, which is sponsored by PokerStars. If you check out the PokerStars Live app, by the way, it details all upcoming live events everywhere in the world. Mike Takayama raising 10-7 of diamonds. Ace-Jack for Tomoyuki Kiyoyama.
I like it a lot.
160k. Oh, 5 snap folded.
Yeah, the 5's obviously in a very, very tricky spot. You can't do anything. You gotta fold those big stacks, and free betting Mike is pretty good. He doesn't want to let it go. Now you want to be in position if you don't get many folds, and ace jack in position plays against the wide calling range very well. So I like the free bet. I wouldn't be surprised to see a defend here from Mike.
Mike playing a time bank card. A reminder, the shot clock is in play. We've referenced it a couple of times. It was not in effect on day 1 of this tournament, but from day 2 onwards, you have the shot clock running with players given time bank cards to give them additional thinking time if they need it.
I think Mike is playing no folds against free bets. Hits it again.
I mean, I understand it as well that he probably thinks a lot of these guys he can probably outplay post-flop, especially with the advantage of position. He has got second pair here, so I don't see him folding to this c-bet.
80,000.
Yeah, I agree. He will call, and then depends a little bit on the turn and how aggressive the ace-jack wants to play.
Well, that is now top pair for Kiyama, and it's a danger card for Mike Takayama.
Oh!
Oh, wow.
Oh,
This guy
Oh,
keeps
no.
getting rivered by Takayama. He did it with the Queen 8. He's now done it with the 10-7.
280.
Oh, he gets rivered again, and he will get paid as well.
Yeah, you got to pay this off with an ace.
Oh, so unfortunate. Wow.
Takayama. "43 players remaining as we continue the action. We welcome Nick Walsh back to the proceedings.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me back.
That means you get a hiatus, Sebastian. Take a break and we'll speak to you in an hour.
Thank you, guys. Have fun.
Oh, we will. We're seeing plenty of drama. Some very interesting hands, some unconventional play. I love to insert that euphemism from time to time as we play down to hopefully the last two tables in this tournament. As I just highlighted, 43 remaining. I think there are 2 levels to play after this one. So we're currently at the 15K, 30K level. Then the tournament will take a break. We'll change feature table. We'll come back with a new lineup, and that lineup will see us through the last 2 levels of the day. The super short stack of Akihiro Kanishi all in with 8-7 of clubs.
4, 6, 7, and 9.
Well, he's going to get called by the big blind. Don't even look.
70?
70.
I didn't look.
He took your advice, James.
So Kanishi at risk, and I mean, what are the odds that you walk into a better 8 in the big blind?
Yeah, this is quite annoying, isn't it, James? Right? You're thinking 8-7 of clubs. That's a nice hand to gamble with. At least I'll be live. Running into a dominating 8 is pretty unfortunate.
Is it always coming? 2 outs for Kanishi. Needs to spike a 7. Does not. So we lose the guy who came second in this year's World Series of Poker Europe main event, Akihiro Kanishi. Eliminated, taking us down to 42 players now. 2 away from the final 5 tables.
So, James, am I correct in saying he came second for something like 1.2 million euros?
Yeah, it was a huge score. Huge
Wow.
score.
All right. I mean, think about how easy it is to fire a 1K in an event like this after you've won 1.2 million this year. My goodness, what a feeling.
Was ace 10, 8, whatever board.
Oh, really?
He raised me on the turn.
I'm guessing that these guys have played a lot of poker against each other.
I'm digging this shirt, though, as well. Shout out to Kiyoyama. They look like they're little like Mexican luchador figures. They're really cool. Like that shirt.
The Le Chiffre for Tomoyo Kakihara, ace-6 offsuit.
6,
Folds it.
7, 9, 4. 1, 2.
Gives him a walk.
3.
Takes the queen tray out. I think he probably would have got some resistance there from the king jack, James. So that's fair enough.
So these are the stacks of the 8 players we're now watching on the main stage. Tables are being balanced. We are ensuring that we are 8-handed and now down to 39 players. So we have a couple of new faces.
Maybe call. Yeah, 66, sorry. I'm tired.
6 and 7 fold. 8 fold. 9 fold. 1 and 2 fold. 3 fold.
Alan Yap is one of the new faces at the table. Alan. Kakihara under the gun, folds. Steve Ing, also new to the table, folding the 10-9.
Alexander folds. I believe Alex is a new face on our feature as well.
Yes.
1 and 2 fold.
Mr. Yap doesn't have tons of big blinds here, James. 4 tray offsuits. Safe to say the big blind is very deep stacked. That's a pretty reasonable fold, I think.
So with 39 remaining, we are at the final 5 tables. 4 tables of 8, 1 table of 7.
8 and 9 fold. 1 fold. 2 fold. 16. 3 fold. 4 fold.
Ace King for Kakihara. So there's been the open from Steve Ing with King Queen, the flat from Mike Takayama with Ace 9 suited, and now Kakihara in a great position to squeeze.
250,000. Yes.
He heard you.
Nailed it. Prediction.
$250,000 chips. And one thing we've seen from Mike Takayama, Nick, is he does not like to fold pre-flop. If he thinks he has the edge against his opponent and the advantage of position, he calls pretty wide. However, this is different.
Yep, this is a big squeeze. Oh my goodness! Wait a second. Wait one second.
I thought this was going to be a snap fold. I thought
I
Steve
did
Ing
too.
was done with the hand. So that complicates things. That means Takayama is going to fold, and it's going to be Kakihara versus Ing going to the flop.
Yeah, this was unexpected for me as well, James. And look at that, just the domination rotation right on the flop. Now, continuation bet-wise here, James, I think we're allowed to go very, very, very small. I would expect Tomoya to bet again here, maybe something like 150K.
Can I put here?
Maybe even smaller.
Гусь в шапочке.
175?
В карман. Он будет переглядывать.
And if I'm Steve here, I'm thinking probably just call every single time. I don't see any reason to elevate here. If your opponent does have hands that can outdraw you, a lot of times, you know, Ace King, for example, being the perfect example, you're going to improve into a 2-pair here where your opponent improves into a top pair. Raising seems like you're going to get worse hands to fold and better hands to call, so that's no good. So I guess you got to call just as the flat. Now there's already 955 in the middle, 1.4 mil behind Tomoya.
No turn bet. Checks it to Steve, who will take over the betting. Oh, this sucks.
Yeah, I think betting 200K here is absolutely fine. In fact, it could even be very good. I wonder if there's an opportunity to check the turn here, James. I mean, how do we make our opponent believe that we are weak in this situation, right? I think betting small kind of has the same effect, but also, you know, gets some hands with equity to fold. So maybe 200K on the turn is a genius stroke here. But there we are. Unlucky there for the ace king. I think he's done everything right there. Just unfortunate flop.
I guess you want the call from king queen offsuit there, but you're also like, how do you not fold that, bro?
Yeah, I mean, you know, there's always that guy, you know, you go and speak to your friends about poker and they go, well, you know, you wanted that call, didn't you? And it's like, well, no, I'd prefer to win the hand, to be honest. But yes, theoretically speaking, getting action from that combo is very good for us. It's just an awkward stack depth where there's so many more chips to play with behind. But he's done a lot right there. The only other thing ace king might have considered is like maybe check shove turn. We put a lot of the queens in a really ugly spot. We put jacks and tens and nines into a spot where they can almost never call. But also, is your opponent ever going to fold ace queen, for example? Maybe they don't even fold king queen. We don't know. So fair enough.
So Mike Takayama has opened from the hijack with ace five of diamonds. Ace king again, this time for Tomoyuki Kiyoyama. By the way, with 38 players remaining, we have seen a jump in prize money. Everyone's now locked up $5,300 US. The 3-bet is to 175,000, and the action is back on Takayama. So this is an example of what I was talking about earlier on, Nick, where previously we've seen Takayama call in these spots a lot. He is shallower than he once was.
Yeah, and that's the nature of the game, isn't it, James, right? You can speculate often and you can aggregate chips often when you connect. If we speculate a bit too wide, it can become a very costly game. And as we've seen over the last couple of days, James, you know, when you're running hot, it can be very easy to fall into that sort of winner's tilt mentality. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Well, that's another way to play it. Oh!
Wait, what?
Kiyama snap folds ace king.
What?
I understand the jam with ace five suited. It's a prime candidate for a 4-bet shove. Can someone please explain to me how you can snap fold ace king there?
I am baffled by that one, James. I do not know how that works. I mean, it's just the dream, really, to be honest, James, because, you know, when you play against really tricky opponents, they 3-bet in ways that, you know, put you in tricky spots, and sometimes you do have to consider, am I up against aces or kings? I think in that setup, you can almost guarantee you're never up against aces or kings, and therefore you end up having the nuts pretty much every time.
I've seen the same amount of play from Mike Takayama that this guy has seen, and I can tell you, I'm snap calling ace king there every day and twice on Sundays.
Absolutely, 100%. You can just feel it from the frequency of VPIP.
And to respond to Tom's point, I'm aware we've got aces here, so we'll keep an eye on the action. Some people don't want to flip for their life, maybe. Look, making a tight laydown with ace king is one thing, but to not even consider it, to literally like, oh, I am 3-bet raising here, but if I get jammed on, I'm folding. That is a very, very weird line to take with ace king. Why not just flat with it on the button if you're not going to call the shove?
Yeah, and, you know, also, Tom, you know, I know what you mean by flip for your life, but I mean, let's not forget, it's going to be a 70-30, you know, in favor of the ace king quite often as well. So I don't know. It's a lot of chips. I get it, but still, it's it feels like it needs to go in every time, James. I'm with you, buddy.
And again, my answer would be to anyone who says, oh, he doesn't want to flip. Oh, it's just ace high. Then flat the raise. Don't 3-bet.
Also, to anyone who tells me I don't want to flip, go home. Don't play poker. Stop playing tournament poker if you don't want to flip. Go home.
Anyway, that was bizarre.
How bizarre. How bizarre.
Alexander Goloborodko calling with sevens in the small blind. Jae-Young Park, who we believe is the same player who came third at EPT Prague 2 years ago, has got kings in the big blind.
9 re-raise. 980 total.
And this looks very squeezy. Gets a fold from the original raiser. And I guess looking at Alexander Stachnik, this is kind of all in or fold territory.
Yeah, and I think probably sevens is supposed to be all in here, technically speaking. To be honest, I don't know if he's aware of Jae-Young Park's experience, but against a more experienced player, sevens does seem like a hand we want to just run here every time. He makes a great fold here on this instance. But I do wonder if perhaps blind v blind sevens is way too strong not to try and spin there. We're still at 15:30, right, James?
Yes.
So, you know,
15:30, which
yeah, 20,
is going to
less than 20
be
bigs.
the last level before the last break of the day, then a change in feature table, then 2 more levels to be played, and then the conclusion of day 2, hopefully coming back with the final 2 tables tomorrow.
So is this the moment? 10 big blind stack, Alan Yap, +1.
Alan. Steving opening 4 deuce. Park in the small blind with 9-7 of diamonds passes. Ye with queen 10 off in the big. He is hovering around the 10 big blind mark. Could just stick in another 45k, see a flop. Does.
Yeah, I think that's the correct line there, James. Doesn't feel strong enough to elevate, but definitely too strong to fold. And kind of a bummer flop. You don't really have too many moves with queen 10 here. Yeah, understandable.
We have got a bad lookalike suggestion, and I like it. Going to wait for the action to be back on Alexander. The Russian player in seat 7. I think you're going to like this one, Nicholas. Ace 10. Kiyama opens. Bad Gerbil Lion, says Timothy Chalamet. I like it. I like it a lot.
I actually really like it as well. And James, I don't know if you were aware of the Timothy Chalamet. People thought that he was moonlighting as a UK drill artist for a little while, and like it was like his incognito stays. I forget the name of the artist now, but for ages people were like, "No, it's really him. It's definitely him. It's definitely him." So I like the idea. He has another personality that's he's brought out here to the APPT as well.
We have a post-flop flip on our hands. Top pair for both players. Takayama with a baby flush draw. I mean, is Takayama going to push this guy off the best hand again? Which opportunities emerge on the turn now that the board has paired? And sure enough, jam, Mike. So I'm remembering Tom's advice from yesterday. I have to wait a little bit longer.
Okay, so I'm gonna go as normal. You're gonna pause. Okay.
Yep.
I mean, he could still fold, James.
He's not folding.
Well, we thought the same thing with Ace King.
Weird raise, but anyway, it gets called. This is going to be a chop pot. Nick, you know what they say.
Everyone loves a chop pot.
Everyone loves a chop pot. High hopes for that one. 0-3. That was too long. You said wait longer. It's your fault. Everyone, blame Tom. It's Tom's fault. I am absolving myself of all responsibility here. Horrible. Yeah, that's fair.
James was about a second after Nick. You said it was about a second gap.
Exactly.
Nick was also off tune. Okay, you know what? Cooler.
Maria, but not you two. Wow, this is...
Mini Cooler, you're banned.
So, guys, the countdown won't help. I don't know how to explain this to you. We are thousands of miles apart, and we are both relaying into a server in London. So it is impossible for us to sync it without guessing. And Tom's not wrong. The latency does vary. Like the gap, the delay between me and Nick varies. Sometimes from a few frames to half a second to maybe a full second. So exactly, Xavier. Blame the internet. It's the internet's fault. Damn you, Tim Berners-Lee.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, Kiriyama opened with ace queen, Steving 3-betting with ace jack. Four bet from Kiriyama. All right, he's got gears. Steve?
So based on the call we saw with the king queen, James, I don't think that Steve's going to fold ace jack suited. Yeah, speculative. Speculative.
Queen 10-8. All spades. 83% equity for Kiriyama.
I think it's safe to say this is an above average flop for ace queen with the ace of spades. I think it's also safe to say that Steve does not fold when he has a double gut shot here. Okay.
Steve might think that's a good card for him.
I mean, it certainly should slow the action a smidge, right? Kikoyama, I don't think he's allowed to just bomb turn now when, you know, he's losing to a one card straight. Having said that, how much 9x is Steve supposed to really have here? So with that in mind, reaching for chips, maybe he's just counting to figure out how much he's got behind, but
I think it's worth highlighting that a huge part of Kiriyama's 4-betting range is ace-king, and ace-king just made a straight.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right, James. On second glance, right, it does feel like a card that should be a scare card, but also, I mean, does Steve really have a 9 here that often? Yeah,
I mean, I would have been
it's
done with the
just-
hand pre-flop, and Steve definitely needs
It's
to get
all
away
over.
from it now.
Yeah, absolutely.
"38 players remaining in the APPT Manila main event. This is the second to last day of the tournament. We are playing down potentially to 2 tables today. Got the rest of this level to play out, then 2 more hour-long levels, and then the survivors will bag and tag for the final day. And there will be live coverage of the final day tomorrow. A reminder, 5 p.m. Central European Summertime is when the stream goes live on the PokerStars Twitch and YouTube channels. If you've watched it thus far, you've got to be here for the final day. You need to know the ending. People love endings. They love narrative resolution. And you're only going to get that by being here tomorrow. Mike Takayama, Queen 10. He has raised it to 75,000. Alan Yap is pretty short, has a pair in the small blind, and he is going to go all in. And Takayama, priced in, makes the call. We'll see, he's got 2 overs against Alan Yap's pair. We are racing, we are flipping, and it's a race that Alan Yap needs to win. He's the at-risk player here, and he needs that small pocket pair to hold. Queen 10-10. I mean, that's a pretty solid flop for Queen 10. As flops go, that's pretty decent. And Alan Yap had less than 1% on the flop, 0% on the turn. The insult 3 on the river as he is sent to the rail.
Me too, I don't know.
So that leaves us with 37 players, and it sees Mike Takayama, a very skilled, experienced, and dangerous opponent, chipping up once again. And action here is going to start with Steve Ing. Folded. Round to Mike. He passes. So a blind v blind. Kiyoyama in the small with 7-5 completes. Kakihara in the big, Jack 8. A raise and a fold. Simples. Looks like 6 minutes left on the clock, thanks to the big red screen over Steve Ing's shoulder. That's when we will have a new feature table for your viewing pleasure. Nick, are you a fan of the Hunger Games movies?
I don't think I could say I'm a fan. I've watched them. I thought they were perfectly fine. For what I understand, the books were more enjoyable. I don't know if I love the films.
So the reason I ask, and I'm glad that you're familiar with the story, because I've seen the trailer a couple of times now for this new Hunger Games movie, which seems to me to be about a younger version of the Woody Harrelson character. Because he plays like a former champion, right? Who's Jennifer Lawrence's mentor. So this movie is basically about him winning the Hunger Games because we know he won the Hunger Games because, spoiler alert, he's alive in the first 3 movies.
So
Ray Fiennes is a younger version of Donald Sutherland. Elle Fanning is a younger version of Elizabeth Banks. Here's the problem. What are the stakes? What's the drama? What's the tension in this movie when you know what's going to happen?
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, James. It was 1, 2, and 3, and that was Katniss's story. Then they did one about Snow, right? There was a whole, the Odyssey of Snow or whatever it was called, that was about the game runner and his origin story, right? Which, granted, we might not actually know about. But yeah, like you said, what are the stakes? If we know that they all make it, is this going to be an action movie or is this going to be more emotionally driven?
It is a big problem with prequels.
Long time, many years.
There are a few which are great stories in their own right and are surprising. But generally speaking, it's like, I know how the story ends or I know what happens next. So what's the point?
I played a tournament. Oh, really? I didn't see you.
Yes, it was called Hunger Games, The Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes, which was the origin story of Snow, who is the baddie in the Katniss films.
Oh man, you hit the fucking push. I had an ace king suited and then a fucking...
R.I.P. Donald Sutherland.
2 diamonds, you hit a...
R.I.P.
It was like a huge bubble, like...
All right.
Super high order.
Button raised with ace 10, 9-6 suited for Steve Ing.
Come on, man.
Alexander Goloborodko with king 9 in the big.
Goloborodko. Great name.
Yeah, last year I was here. The championship. Then 2 years ago I was,
He's going to call as well, and we are going 3 ways to flop. Seven, 6, deuce. So Steve Ing has flopped best here.
Yeah, probably worth pointing out here as well, the 9-6 of diamonds call in the small blind here is very wide. King 9 definitely feels close, doesn't play very well multi-way, but still feels strong enough to call. Ace 10 loading up for a barrel.
Check on the turn. Steve Ing still a huge favorite here.
So what's the plan now? Kakihara did fire flop. Does he continue telling a story on this turn? Yeah, I think this is why the ace-10 bet into 2 players is somewhat problematic. It's very difficult to know what to do on the turn if it's not an ace or a 10. It feels too strong to kind of want to bluff the turn as well, right, James? Like, we will just have the best hand with ace-10, which, again, is what we need to consider when we're thinking about how we play flops. If we kind of think about all of our flops rather than, what do I want to do here, but what would I rather do on the turn, I think we get an idea as to what our strategies usually look like. But I don't know if this is going to work, James. He hasn't bet yet, but it looks like he's going to try. Steve is not the kind of guy that I think wants to fold in a spot like this. Does seem to be a bit of a non-believer, a sticky customer. He's going to turn it into a bluff, James.
Stevie.
You know what? This is my favorite of all the moves. He's got the blocker to the straight. He's blocking a set. He's blocking 2 pairs. And he's going to make the move himself. That's very cute stuff. Nice work.
Nice.
I mean, bluffing with the best hand, of course, but potentially getting better to fold to.
Steve Ing with 3 million chips right now. Mike Takayama, the other big stack at the table with 2.6 million. Junhee Ye has been short for most of the time, 270K. And not long till the blinds are going up.
Wow, the edits on this, James. We are eating up this day. You know I'm a big fan, James. I'm a big fan of the Monte Carlo streams we did this year where we cut out all the breaks. We did the dynamic delay. It feels great just to go straight into the next hand. I really love the nonstop poker action.
We're done for the picture table, right?
Yeah, table 5.
Okay.
So this is going to be the last hand we see of these guys. Kiyama has opened King 8 suited in the hijack. It has been folded to Jaeyoung Park in the big blind, who has 7-3 offsuit and is going to fold. So reminder that even though the players go on break, as Nick just referenced, we don't take the break. We jump straight ahead to the start of the penultimate level of the day, the final session of day 2. 2 more 60-minute levels to play, 2 more hours of action. And these are the players we're going to be following over the course of that 120 minutes. Harish Nathan brings a stack of 3 million to our feature table. Spare a thought for Sung Han, who is super short. The blinds now 20K, 40K with a 40K big blind ante. And I'm loving this note from our producer. Sung Han from South Korea. There are 20 plus players on Hendon Mob with the name Sung Han. No idea which one this is. Fair. Fair.
That is completely fair. South Korea, famous for having lots of traditional last names. Lots of Parks, lots of Youngs. In this case, lots of hands.
Action has been folded to Win Kao in the hijack.
How many are we left?
Ace 8 suited.
25.
Player all in on C3.
And he is going to be all in for 10 big blinds. Here is the table chip leader, Harish Nathan from Singapore. He passes.
6, 7, 4.
Everyone folds.
Oh, James, if I'm not mistaken, seat 8 is wearing a 2025 baby blue EPT Barcelona hoodie.
Ooh.
Still have 5, sir. Do we still have 5? 5?
Is that the baby blue hoodie I have? It's not an EPT Barcelona hoodie. It's just a generic blue PokerStars hoodie that you can buy from the PokerStars store.
Oh, maybe. I think I got mine in Barcelona. That's why I attribute it to that style.
I have that hoodie and I still wear it.
I think
to
you
this
do
day.
too.
It's great for traveling in.
Yeah.
And it's one of my favorite things available in the PokerStars store. Sorry for the blatant commercial for PokerStars merch, but it is a really nice hoodie.
I mean, I know you think it's a good hoodie to travel in, James, but if I was you, after you're running with Isla Fisher, I would never not travel in my Eras t-shirt. That's the only one I would wear.
That is, the Taylor Swift hoodie is definitely the most comfortable hoodie I own and is great. That's for overnight flights. That's for sleeping in.
No, I'm saying it got the attention of Isla Fisher on a plane.
It did.
That's the most important attribute of this hoodie. It's a very cool story.
It gets a lot of attention, actually.
Yeah,
but mostly from young girls who just kind of like think, oh, he must be a girl dad, which I am. So story checks out. The irony is the girl in question likes Tupac and Biggie. So there's actually no relation between being a girl dad and being a Taylor Swift fan. Snowmans for Young Yang.
The youngest Yang.
Eights didn't get folded, did they? What? No, he raised with the eights and got folds. I was going to say that we've seen some weird folds today, but that one would have been like, nah.
No, sir. Now C2, because we remove C2 the balance table. We remove C2.
GP says, who is Isla Fisher? She is an Australian actor. Was she in Home and Away, I think, rather than Neighbours? She was in one of the two big soap operas and then has had a reasonably successful career in movies. I think she's got a new film coming out, actually, in later this summer.
Yeah, I would say very successful. She's been in lots of very well-known films. What would you say is your standout Isla Fisher film,
I think she's probably best known for
James?
Wedding Crashers. That's the
she was
movie
great in Wedding Crashers.
That Tom just posted. The reason she came up in conversation yesterday is Nick was talking about the new Ali G movie, and she was married for a long time to Sacha Baron Cohen.
Confessions of a Shopaholic. Now You See Me, Now You Don't. Or sorry, the film was just called Now You See Me. That was a silly film.
But yeah, I think it's a pretty sick brag that I struck up a conversation with Isla Fisher in the first class lounge at Los Angeles International Airport because I was wearing a Taylor Swift hoodie.
Yeah, it's a fair brag though as well. I like usually sick brags are attributed to like, you know, oh, okay, cool, an opportunity just to say something cool about yourself, but that is a pretty serious flex. I would definitely be starstruck if I met Isla. That's right. She was in Hot Rod as well. Yeah, well spotted.
Sorry, what did you say? My first time.
And thanks to Ed for confirming it was Home and Away rather than Neighbours. I thought it was Home and Away.
Home and Away.
Thanks for the copyright strike, Nick.
No, stop it. No chance. Yeah, that is one of our PokerStars hoodies, guys. James is quite right to point out it is just a straight PS hoodie. I don't even think you can get them anymore, James. I'm pretty sure they're sold out in the store. Yeah, I was just having a look.
It's one of the good ones.
I still have my pristine, still in the wrapper, EPT Barcelona EPT 20th anniversary special zip-up tracksuit top. And I'm going to keep that one pristine. I'm not going to ruin that one.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. Mine is hanging up in the closet. It does get worn from time to time. Every now and then I do have to have a purge. I suddenly realize I've spent another 3 years on the road picking up random hoodies, and it's like,
100%.
Okay, which ones am I actually still wearing? And sorry, EPT Prague 2024, but like you haven't made the cut.
No, I had to do the same thing, and it made me quite sad, James, but I think it was the right thing to do. I mean, when I saw 5 bin bags full of clothes that were going to the that were going off to the charity shop, I kind of realized it was probably still a necessary evil.
It's good to declutter, though.
It is. It's cathartic.
Kenji Haribi raising here with Queen 6 of hearts. 9s for Cow, who has 10 big blinds. Seems fairly obvious what he has to do.
Yeah, and I think he's got a great stack just to simplify this to a push.
See, that's not a bad suggestion Lonely has. Once a year auction for fans, but it sounds too much like hard work. Oh my word, the chip leader has woken up with ace king in the big blind.
Yeah, I think it's an easy 4-bet jam now, James. I don't think we want to mess around, you know, making this 4-bet not all in. The button open's going to be super wide. The small blind jam's going to be a hand that we beat a lot of the time, and we're definitely not going to want to fold. With the effective stack after the shove being 835K, I think this is an easy shove. Yeah.
Easy fold for Haribi, and we are going to be racing Ace King versus nines. Win Cow needs nines to hold because he's the at-risk player here.
Yeah, James. And after we see that 4-bet jam, nines are just absolutely over the moon not to run into a bigger pair. So it's a fair fight and an opportunity to get back in this game.
Ace 9-8 top pair versus a set. Looking good for Cow. 97% chance of survival. He's good. So he survives, and not too much of a dent into Harish Nathan's stack.
Yep. And this could be the moment where it turns around for Win Cow here. These are the moments you remember, guys. You're deep in an event, 35 remain. You're thinking to yourself, I just need a double and I can make this work for me. And those moments really do make or break a year. Don't forget, we are playing for big money, and that double could be the first step on the path to victory.
Omar Skin says, autograph the hoodies and toss them on eBay, James, then donate the proceeds to your poker fund. If I was going to do that, the money would go to charity. I can't profit off free merch. But again, same answer to you as to the Lonely Has. It's effort. It's hard work. I'm sorry to sound lazy, but yeah, I'm being lazy. It's a lot easier to do what Nick does, just stuff them in a bag and give them to charity.
All right, new idea, chat. This could be some fun content as well, not necessarily for James.
Just to be, I was going to say, any idea which involves me having to go to any effort is probably not happening.
Okay, not for James. Potential future content, though. Get the hoodies from the trips. Don't wear them. Keep them in the plastic. Keep them pristine. Sign them. Give them to somebody who enjoys poker. They sell them, and then you have to see how much they can spin up with the proceeds thereafter. That would be a fun story. You go, so how'd you get on in this year's EPT? I won it. You want to hear a funny story?
All right.
I bought in with the money I got from selling hoodies.
I'm going to humor you. How do you decide who gets the hoodies?
Instagram raffle.
Okay. I'm not a big fan of the keeping them unwrapped, though, because I don't know which ones I want to keep until I've actually worn them.
Oh, fair enough. Okay.
Also, do they gain any value if there are traces of my DNA in the fibers from where they've been worn?
True. I mean, where my plan falls down, James, is as soon as I sign them, they become worthless. They become worth less than they did prior to being unwrapped. So we're going to have to work on it. Maybe I'll get you to sign it, James. I'm not going to ask you for any DNA, though. It's okay.
A bit confused.
Okay, ace 8 suited. Cesar Kiambao opening under the gun. This is going to be probably folded to Harish Nathan on the button. Unless Cal decides to do something ridiculously out of line with King 5. Nope. Jack 6 will probably fold as well. And then action will be on the blinds. Young Yang passes. Awazi Haidari from Australia. 105K in live earnings. Until this event, all of his live cashes have been from Australian events. Struth!
Australia.
Ooh, I like this. Open-ended straight draw versus the nut flush draw. Let's have some drama.
This is an interesting one. Both players feeling pretty good about their draws here. You think to yourself, you know, I've got a nice straight draw with Queen Jack here. I'd be really unlucky to run into a flush, right? The answer is yes. Especially one that has showdown already.
Bet of 90,000 called by Haidari.
Line check, 167.
Complete brick on the turn. Ace high still the best hand. Cesar also has the best draw. It's all kicking off in the pool, Nick.
Jump in the prize pool.
Check, check. We go to the river, which is the dull, boring, uninteresting 3 of hearts.
And suddenly, an opportunity arises. Oh, I don't know about that. Under the gun. Yeah, I think that the Queen Jack is of particular interest, right, James? Because we're blocking King Jack, we're blocking King Queen, we're blocking Queens, we're blocking Jacks, both of which might be happy to bet flop, and then we'll check turn, and then we'll definitely call river. I think turn the Queen Jack into a bluff there most of the time, and you don't have to go huge, right? You're not trying to get him to fold a monster, but he will have loads of hands that just cannot continue, and perhaps an opportunity missed there for a bluff from the Queen Jack after the bricked river.
By the way, we haven't highlighted it, but there are new chips in play. So we now have the yellow 5Ks, the red 25Ks. Those blue chips were brought in at the last break. Those are the 100K chips.
All right, James, random question here. I'm not sure what made me think of this. Actually, no, I do know what made me think of this. I was looking around the table. People have their various card protectors, and sometimes you wonder about the stories.
Yes.
If you had to be a sandwich, what kind of sandwich would you be?
Do I really have to answer this question?
You do, absolutely. You're on the spot. The people want to know. Chat, everyone tell me now, who wants to know?
Dude, you set this up with looking at card protectors. It got me thinking. I literally thought the question I was about to face was, if you had to use a card protector at the table, what would you use? Not,
no.
If you were a sandwich, what would you be? What is the connection?
It's personal preference, you know. Everyone's got their own. Everyone's got the sandwich
but
that they
what
love,
inspired
right?
this question? How did card protectors inspire a question about freaking sandwiches?
Because everybody has their own flavor of card protector, James. What's your flavor of sandwich? It's a clear connection. It's obvious.
Are you? And this is about not the sandwich I would like to consume, but the sandwich that I would be.
I would say for the most part, they could be the same thing, but I guess you're right. They could be different. You know, there's a difference between what sandwich you'd like to be portrayed as and which you'd prefer to eat, I suppose.
I really legitimately don't know how to answer this question.
All right, chat, that's fine. More like an idiot sandwich. Wicked. I think I might be the idiot sandwich here, Wicked. Don't worry.
A Marmite sandwich. That's cute. I like that. That's clever.
That is cute. That is cute. All right, chat. In that case, you can answer the question. James doesn't know how to answer it properly anyway.
I'm going to lace my sandwich with cyanide because if everyone's going to eat me, they're going to feel the pain. I don't want to be consumed. Anyway, this is still pretty much a flip on the turn. I guess because it's likely to end in a chop. Oh. Scratch that.
Flush. I mean, you could have been really clever, James, and said, I want to be the Earl of Sandwich. That would make you some sort of a lord in the United Kingdom, right?
This is the weirdest conversation I've ever had on stream. And trust me, there's a lot of competition in that category.
It's pretty far down that list, though. Come on. Zero the Game says, well, you won't be consumed with an attitude like that.
Fine. I don't want to be eaten. But annoyingly, as we take a look at the glorious main event trophy that will be presented tomorrow to the winner of this tournament, this talk has made me hungry. And conveniently, we're sending the Uber for Sebastian Huber in 6 minutes' time. He will replace me, and I can go and eat.
He can go find a sandwich.
I have some sourdough bread and some bitchin sauce.
Nice one. It's all right, Chad. Don't fear. One day we'll get the tell-all. We'll get the James Hartigan memoirs, and we'll all know the real answer. It's gonna come out several years from now. There'll be an entire chapter dedicated to it, about when his good friend Nick Walsh asked him the deepest question of his life. He didn't realize how important it was until much later in his life.
All into call here for Jonathan Chetty, and he passes.
Kablammy.
Most questions, most hypothetical situations I am prepared to address. Just not that one.
Okay, fair enough. We'll have to wait for the tell-all, chat. I think Tom
Eduardo
thinks he's
says you're in the Philippines. Can't do better than a sandwich. So first of all, we're not in the Philippines. Can't do better than a sandwich. It's the quintessential meal to have when playing cards. Nick referenced the Earl of Sandwich, the creator of this modern delicacy, designed so that you can sit at the table, play cards with one hand, and eat your meal with the other.
So fresh off that double up with the nines, Mr. Cow is going to just raise this time. I like this. Don't need to go too crazy. Now you got that double.
Seven call. 80,000. 6, 8, 6, 9 call. Player all in on 60.
Boom. Mic drop. And I think it's going to go fold, fold.
I mean, it's a borderline call for ace 10 at the best of times. When you've got a player to act behind, it's practically impossible. Ace 9 suited. Oh. Ugh. I mean, it's all into call, right? Yeah, Haribi actually has him covered. So, yeah, I understand the pass. I understand the fold. So just to be clear, 35 players remaining, and we're trying to get down to 16, and we only have 2 levels. Well, actually now 1 and a bit levels to do it in. Oof. Oof, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, tall order. Tall order.
Okay, sir.
I like this analysis from chat. It seems clear to me that James knows what kind of sandwich he is. He just cannot accept it. I think there might be some truth to that.
I still do not understand how we got onto this. So back to the subject of card protectors, Nick. What is the current market value of a 2017 Ford Focus? I mean, that's basically what you did to me.
I know.
One thing has nothing to do with the other.
I know, but it was really funny. I was thinking of, you know, I was thinking of, you know, it's funny how people have different flavors of card protector. Then I thought of flavor and I thought of sandwiches. I know it's a tenuous connection, but
Dude,
there we are.
I really think you should stop trying to defend it. Anywho.
I'm just being honest.
Harish Nathan, still the table chip leader with 2.6 million. Young Yang, the shortest stack with 460,000. I believe we are seeing some table balancing taking place. 32 players remaining. there were a few eliminations out in the field, and that means we are down to the final 4 tables. So we should be 8-handed again pretty soon. The vacant seat at our feature table will be filled. We are, of course, at a point in the tournament where which table breaks is random. So there is always a chance that it will be our feature table that breaks, which will necessitate a pause in play as they bring a new lineup to the main stage. And a reminder that we are hoping to halve the field before the end of the day, hoping to get down to the final 16. 2 tables of 8 will return for the final day when we will play down to a champion. Well, at this point, let's welcome Sebastian Huber back into the mix. Hello, Seb.
Hello, guys. Amazing conversations. I was listening a couple of minutes ago, so had a good time. Thank you for that.
I'm glad someone was listening because my theory is that most viewers had switched off the stream.
No, see, he's got it all wrong, Seb. This is the hard-hitting kind of stuff that people want to know about, right? Poker's great, but James Hardigan's sandwich profile is probably really, really hotly contested.
I'm
Thank you, James. We'll see you in a little bit.
Hard line in the sand. A hard line in the sand about the sandwich conversation, and absolutely, I'm going to leave you two to it.
All right, thank you, James. We'll see you shortly, mate.
That's
all right,
amazing.
Seb. Now he's gone. We can really start to get into the into the meat of this this conversation. Just kidding. Let's take a look at our feature table chip counts. We got an 85K chip stack in Sung Han at the bottom there. Haresh Nathan, 3 million up tippy top. This is a continuation of the same feature table we had just a moment ago. I think we are probably chopping and changing, trying to give you nonstop poker action as we continue at the 20K, 40K, 40K big blind ante level.
One guy with 3 million, another one with 80K chips. Here we go. He needs to decide if this 10-7 is good enough. The good thing is with big blind antes, so he has no rush until the blinds are hitting him.
Yeah, I would assume the Trey's here, not loving life as an open at this stage of the events. Win Cow has a pretty hand. It's not many big blinds though, Seb.
Perfect hand to jam here from the high check.
I think this is a really clean shove.
Come on, buddy. You can do it. Good. Nicely done. Now let's hope for him he doesn't find any better hands. So, Nick, what are the blue chips? Are there 100Ks?
I believe they've brought the 100Ks into play. I know that we have a command for this just to double check. Thomas.
Thank you, Tom.
Do the thing.
I guess so too. Big stack here with the 3 million. What a lovely spot.
$36 left. Seb, does feel like we're getting into the real sweats now.
I don't
Feels
think there's
so close, yet so far.
I don't think there is any chance we are going to play down to a final 2 tables. Still 36 to go, and you've said before with still 1.5 levels left.
Yeah, I mean, as James said at the start of today's stream, the likelihood of getting down to final table is almost impossible, right? But at this point, it looks like there's a chance. Even getting down to final 2 is unlikely. Got a question from Tom. Says, Nick, can you see the difference between these chips? Okay, they look like they are very different, so it's ideal. The colors of these chips are absolutely perfect, Tom. Yeah. For those of you that don't know, I am slightly colorblind, and I can tell you unequivocally these are very, very clear. I would love a chip set just like this in all tournament poker that I play, Tom. In fact, all cash
slightly
games
colorblind.
well.
It's beautiful.
Pocket 8s.
Pretty nice hand. Still 20 blinds deep here.
Yeah, I
Gotta.
think just raise and then see how we go.
Yeah. I think he already raised. Graphics
Yeah, I
are
think
a little
those are
bit
his
behind.
raising chips in front of him. Just 80K, I guess.
Suddenly the hand is gone. I think they missed the action, but he won the pot with the pocket eights. Doesn't matter. Nothing crazy happened, and we move on.
That's right. Thomas asking, where were the chips that you had? Where were the chips that you couldn't tell in cash which was which? That's in Ireland. Their cash chips are shades of yellow, and even people without color blindness will agree with me there. They're very, very, very similar in those games. They're not intentionally shades of yellow, I should add. They're just so old that they've been worn down to look all very similar colors.
Yeah, thank you for the nice words in the YouTube chat, guys. And I have a question for you, Nick. One guy asked, how would you build your bankroll with $100? I think there might be a good chance that Nick is the perfect guy to answer that. I would be interested in his opinion if it might be the one thing I'm thinking about.
Well, I mean, this might surprise you, but I was going to say, if you said to me, Nick, here's $100, you're not getting any more money for the rest of the year, and you can only play poker in order to try and make a living or try and grind yourself a bankroll, and this is your one shot, you got no way back, I would probably play low stakes cash to begin with. I would play low stakes cash games, and I would grind online. I would play maybe 2 cent, 5 cent or something like that until I had enough in order to move up stakes, and I would go from there. And I think that's probably the lowest variance way of grinding up a bankroll. However, in the event that you're asking me, what would I do with $100? You know, how would I build a bankroll with $100? And you're more of a tournament player, then obviously that's a very different question, right? Because if you are not studied in cash games and you want to focus on tournaments, then obviously that's not necessarily going to work out for you.
Yeah, I agree. Personally, I always go with the format I like the most. I think you're going to improve the most with things you actually enjoy. But in any game, if you play tournaments, if you play cash, it's fine. I would be interested in your opinion about spin and goes. Do you think it's ever a good idea to build a bankroll with spin and goes with those small stakes?
It's absolutely possible, yeah. But obviously the variance is quite extreme. And if you did have $100, you'd have to play pretty low stakes spin and goes to try and mitigate the opportunity of going completely broke if that was your only investment. A couple of people in the chat saying $100 a year. I'm not suggesting I'm going to try and make $100 in a year, chat. The question was, if you only had $100 to build a bankroll, how would you go about building it? I'm trying to answer that question. Yeah, Seb, I think definitely spins you could. You'd have to play a lot of volume, obviously, which is still totally feasible. The swings would be pretty big. If you wanted to go low variance, I think cash is probably your best bet.
Yeah.
But like you said, Seb, I think you should play the game that you want to play and focus on the format that you want to improve in. And South is saying very hard to do, to be honest, with only $100. Well, that's kind of my point, South, is I actually don't think that's hard at all. I mean, when I was starting out in poker a long time ago, we used to do bankroll challenges from, we'd put $10 into an account. Sometimes we'd start with nothing. I had an account on a website where I got my free $50 or my free $20 or whatever it was from the site for creating an account. And I never invested in that ever again. I didn't make myself filthy rich from it or anything like that, but that was an account that actually never had a single deposit. I know. It didn't. Yeah, I'm not trying to suggest I made $1 million, but I never deposited on that account in the entire lifetime that I had it. And it turned into a bankroll of sorts. Absolutely. I think just focus on what you want to play. Like I think thinking about poker in terms of how much you're going to make financially is usually a bit of a pitfall. The people that really make money from poker, the people that do profit from poker, are the ones that just play because they love the game and they play for for the challenge of it, and they focus on improving at poker rather than trying to hit specific financial gains. In any case, we have an all in here from the nines.
And a call. Snap rejam or what? No, not yet. Take your time, buddy. If the button has a hand like ace queen, ace jack, ace 10 suited. Ace 10 suited is going to be too wide, but something like ace queen, nines, tens. You want to make him come along as well. The classic. Oh! Something happened here. I think we skipped something. The shorty survived. I'm sorry, guys.
What happened to the hand we were watching there? Did it skip?
Yeah, it just skipped, I think. We'll get some confirmation.
We'll get to the bottom of it.
I guess the nines won the pot, but it doesn't look like he doubled up. Anyway, we move on. If you know more about that, guys, we'll let you know. Looks like the pocket nines held, and yeah, unfortunately, we didn't see the run out. I would love to see the run out. I love seeing all that.
That was a nice trick. I got to figure out how to do that one, Seb. Just skip to the part where I have chips.
Yeah. Not showing
Dealer
anything.
says all in. Dealer says all in. You say, okay, just skip to the part where I have the chips. Thank you, dealer.
Please don't show me the board.
All good, all good.
Yeah, and a couple of people busted as well. So there might be a mistake with the live stream that they skipped a couple of minutes because we went down from 31 to 29. Anyway, the button open raises still 2.3 milli, even though he lost the flip. He still has a big stack and open raises to king 6. He will get a fold. Big blind will be folding as well. And picks up a nice one. Those king highs.
Skip to the part where I'm heads up. Skip to the part where I'm heads up, chat. All right, on to the next hand. Let's see if we can keep the time-space continuum in linear format.
Cool, how do I join this tournament? Yeah, buddy, I want to be in too.
Ten-7 suited for the youngest Yang. He folds.
I like the blue chips. I like the color of the chips anyway. Blue, red, yellow.
Yeah.
Easy.
This is a lovely
to
chip
keep
set.
track. Yeah. So many times you have such a weird with the color of the chips and you just don't know what's going on.
Oh, it's mine.
Yeah, I mean, like, I appreciate that sometimes, you know, when we're designing events or when we're designing tours, you know, there are some nice color choices that can look nice on a table, but ultimately the chips just should be as clear as possible. And for me, that sort of yellow, red, blue, black, you know, really, really clear, distinct colors just make the game so much smoother. and it really helps people avoid, misclicking a little bit more often, which is really important in keeping the game in order. And of course, if you are colorblind like me, this really makes a huge difference. Much more inclusive.
This is colorblind. How often did you misclick?
Seb, I'm actually colorblind. You know that, right?
Yeah, I know it, but it's very tough to say from my perspective how bad it is. Are you misclicking a lot, a little? By the way, we might see a jam here.
It depends on the chips.
It depends on the chips.
It depends on the chips, and also,
no.
and also, if I ever blunder really hard, it's also the chip's fault as well. So I've always got a way out. I've always got something I can blame when I mess up.
Very interesting spot. I think the big blind is the biggest problem he has. Yeah, he has to fold. He has one guy behind. He can't just call and hope he runs into a lower pair. And the big stack with the ace-10, I think, needs to find the call. It's still close. It's not lovely. But he should face some king x jams. Even some ace-9. Probably ace-8 suited. Obviously pairs he's flipping against. He feels close, especially that deep in the tournament. He really finds the fold. I don't hate it, but I think it still might be the call. So the pocket fours, the pocket fours are folding out sixes and ace-10.
Wow,
that's a pretty big win there.
Yeah, it's pretty bold.
Obviously amazing for the pocket fours, just winning such a big, and does he get back-to-back fours? No, that's a different player. Have you ever had back aces or any combo?
As in back-to-back 3 times?
Yeah.
I'm sure I have. I've probably even done it on stream. If you mean the same combo, then yes. The same combo with suits, probably never.
Because I think I remember I saw a clip where a guy had 3 times aces in a row, or 3 times a pair, but I'm not sure anymore. There's some really wild clips out there.
Yeah, I'm sure I've had the same hand 3 times, as long as it wasn't the suit match, but it is super rare, yeah. Kenji's got queens. He's had some really nice spots, actually. Kenji has woken up with big pairs on several occasions now, and there's already so much dead money in the mix.
Yeah.
I think generally, Seb, what we're seeing from a lot of players in this event is a much stronger desire to sort of take marginal calling spots, and it's just been opening the door for these big jams, right? People calling hands like 8-9 suited here in the small blind, which again is very playable. Don't get me wrong. I think it's not crazy to enter the pot with this hand, but as soon as we have that extra dead money in the middle, the desire to squeeze, it just makes it so much easier for your opponents to pull the trigger and put you in a tough spot here where you just can't continue with 9 high facing a 3-bet.
Yeah, and even Mike has been not folding to 3-bets before, but now he has to start being careful because what are we? Final 4 tables or something? Final 5 tables? You gotta be at least a little careful. You can't just dust it off and call every 3-bet and be dominated.
Yep, absolutely.
Very nice one.
Harash 2.4 million, ace jack suited.
King it offsuit in the big blind. I'm fine with a fold. Obviously, we can easily defend that one too. Probably start folding something like king 6 offsuit, king 5. The thing is, the early open raise covers our king so many times. Yeah, I don't mind it. Might be a little tight, but I'm more a fan of a fold there.
Seb, do you remember how many chips the big blind had there, or how many big blinds the big blind had in that hand just now?
700K, so
like 18 bigs, something like that?
yeah. Yeah, 17 and a half, 18 bigs.
Okay. Yeah, it looks like the king 8 was a fold.
Have you looked it up?
I just looked it up. Yeah, I mean, this is probably not the most accurate one I found, but it's definitely close enough, I would say.
Pocket aces.
Sure.
Yeah, just a quick one on the last hand. I think it's not crazy for me, but for sometimes it feels crazy how high you have to fold up your offsuit king x there or queen x because you're dominated that much. But yeah, pocket aces are free betting here.
Yeah.
Especially in ICM, to finish my sentence.
No, that's exactly right. And, you know, even in that case, Seb, it looks like even a7, a6 wants to get in the bin there as well. Offsuit, excuse me.
That's quite a small free bet. 210. Oh, man, my math. 210 is 5.5? Not even 5.2?
Yeah, it's quite small, but it's a good start for the aces. Haresh, 2.2 million. 1.7 million is the effective stack. Continues for around 130K.
Yeah, the pocket eights will find another call. I had against some ace-x bluffs, obviously the ace-king, ace-queen combos. I don't know if he free bets any ace-jacks, so that's going to be a question. Very fun turn. Aces need to slow down a decent amount here. It really depends a little bit if he has bluffs around the jack or not, or free bets around the jack.
Yeah, I think you're right, Seb. I think also the check is just good for a little bit of deception as well, right? So we're slowing down if your opponent does turn up with the jack here once in a while. But also we're giving pocket eights a little bit more confidence to give us more chips on a later street as well. And with that run out, I think we know where we're at now. Very, very difficult to be losing at this stage.
Do you think he would get more value on a deuce river or on a jack river?
Ooh, that's a great question. That's a great question.
Because now he can comfortably say, yeah, I have the nuts with the aces. It's so rare that our opponent has quads. It's possible, but it's very rare because he still bets sometimes trips on the turn and improves to quads on the river. So we can take out a couple of the check X on the turn. Now the aces feel very comfortable. On the pocket eights feel, man, it's so easy for our opponent to check an overpair on the turn and just value bet on the river. And it's so tough to bluff.
I think you get paid here more on the jack river, if I'm honest. Yeah, he's got it. Unlucky there, pocket eights, but good hand for Haresh. That's a chonky pot, mate.
That's a huge pot. Really big river bet, and he gets paid as well.
So after that exchange, we are moving on to a new featured table. Here's a look at the stacks and the players. Mr. Park up top, our current chip leader at this feature. And it looks like we're down to 24 now. We have skipped in time once more.
Yeah, and out of the sudden, we have a 7 million chip lead on our table.
So 24 remain. Let's see what they got for us. A6 suited is going to come in with the raise. We are still at 20K, 40K, 40K. And I guess that means final 3 tables.
There we have the chip leader. Look at the blue towers. That's insane. At that level of the tournament, he must be just a huge chip leader. He almost has 200 blinds.
Wow. That is
Okay,
a stack and a half.
Guys, so now we should have been on a break, and the chip leader must have knocked 2 players out before the break happened, and therefore he has such a big stack. I would have loved to see that hand.
I mean, Seb, can you imagine it, mate? We fly out to Manila, right? We do some sightseeing. We enjoy the sights. We have a few drinks. We enjoy the food. Then we jump in the main event. All of a sudden, before you know it, 24 players remain. You got 200 big blinds. You're in a giant glass dome.
Look at
with 200
that.
big blinds. Is there a better place in the world to have 200 big blinds, chat, than in the
Very
Thunderdome?
rare. It's very, very, very rare to have a 200 big blind stack at that stage of the tournament. And everyone else is around 20 or something like that. We are playing the last 1.5 levels. Oh, you can see the clock in the background. We're playing this level, so the 10 minutes and 1 more level. So we're playing for another hour and 10 minutes. Ace-Jack suited for the chip leader in the small blind. He can just do whatever he likes. Look at the stack besides him. it's funny. Raises it up
for
to
the raise.
120.
Just only put 100. He didn't say anything, he just put 100.
He's a small
Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
call.
When we put back to him, that's a valid risk. It's a valid risk.
Valid raise.
120.
120 raise. And then fold.
Guys, always
So-
be careful with
Was that a
putting one chip
misclick
in.
to 120? Or
Yeah, I don't
sorry,
know
it
what
was
the
just
ruling.
it was just it was blind v blind actually. That was a size up, I see.
Yeah, but he put one chip in, and the dealer said normally that's a call, but now Big Blind has... I don't know what the ruling was. Guys, always be careful. If you put one chip in and you're not saying anything, it's going to be a call. Weird one.
All right. Folding round, ace-9 for Sun Yuk Jung.
Felipe said before, a Brazilian guy took aces 3 times in a row on a TV table and lost all 3. Did he mean all 3? Is that real? That sounds something like... That sounds impossible.
That's pretty crazy. Also, can we get confirmation? Is that Sun Yuk Jung as in the super high roller champion from Friday?
I don't think so.
I think
But
it
I
might
don't
be.
wanna... It might be, but it might not be. I think he looked a little different.
Wait till the camera comes back around. I'm pretty sure it's him.
Oh, yeah, that's him. Oh, I looked at the wrong guy. Yeah, that's him. So he won the super high roller for $70,000, and now he's back. Final 3 tables with a decent stack here in the main event.
Yeah.
That's a wild run.
I'm not surprised. This guy played a seriously good FT that we covered on Friday. If you guys want to go back and rewatch that, it will be on VOD.
Did he 4-bet? Yeah, what a play. He 4-bets here. Wow.
What a
Ace nine
geezer.
off.
What a geezer.
That is a very, very good play. I feel like he has been spot on in those reshove spots, 3-bet, 4-bet spots. Nicely done.
Yeah, very good. All right, +1 with King Jack.
Goes in again. Small blind with the queen 9 has to fold. And the big blind looks quite shallow. Wow, has ace queen offsuit. Just a lovely hand to put it in.
Yep, definitely a shove. About 16 big, something like that.
Yeah, we had Andre on the feature table of the first hour or second hour. I think on the first hour too.
He's going to do the effective all-in instead.
It's kind of funny. He had, I think 3 hours ago, he had exactly 700k. And now he's still around that stack and down to the final 3 tables.
Hanging around, hanging around. Five, 4 off under the gun. Gonna fold. And O'Neill Bay here. Cut off pretty gross hand, Jack deuce off. On the button now. I don't think Mr. Cow has enough chips to do anything weird here. And 8-7 is definitely probably just in the bin most of the time, even if you do have the chips.
Yeah, especially with the reshuffling
And here we
stack
go.
and a small blind.
I
Ooh,
think
and big
this is
blind
probably
is
an all-in. Yeah.
super short.
Slams it in. Very short, big blind. Oh, you can wake up with so many hands to call with there. 8-4 of spades is
Yeah.
not one of them. Nice takedown, blind v blind. Over on Twitch, Ducky Zillas says, has Nick asked for an early night and the editing team are obliging? Dude, nobody loves it more than Nick Walsh. Let me tell you right now. I asked them to make it last for longer. I said, can you play this in 0.5x speed so we can enjoy this poker for longer? And they said, no, we got to wrap it up. So the editing team is doing what they're going to do. It's not on me.
But the good thing is we will be back tomorrow with at least, I assume, at least 2 tables to play. Might be free.
And then after Monday, Seb and I are going to be streaming poker on our respective Twitch channels. And then on Wednesday, we're going to do the same thing. And then on Thursday, we love it. Nobody loves it more, chat.
I might even go online tomorrow morning, but let's see.
Oh,
I don't want
there we go.
jinx anything. Ooh, the small blind finds another fold. Big blind folds the 5-3 as well. Nice pickup. Yeah, those really short stacks, 4-5 blinds. It's tough. What are you gonna do with ace-3 offsuit there? Anyway, every player has guaranteed $7,000, and we are on a $1,000 pay jump. So the next guy who busts gets 7, and 23rd place gets 8,000. We have a short stack, 14 blinds, ace king offsuit, all in from UG.
The youngest Yang is all in.
Youngest Yang.
Any wake ups? Small blind? No. Big blind? No.
Boring. Anyway, we are moving on. So there's one 200k stack on the table. He definitely wants to get the $1,000 pay jump. It's almost a buy in here, so don't want to miss out on that. 7 deuce. We haven't seen any 7 deuce plays yet. Nobody has gotten completely out of line with the good old 7 deuce.
Andre has a playable hand here, and I think on this occasion might just play it as an open rather than a jam. Does make it 2 big blinds to go. Seung-Yuk Jung still locked in here. This guy has been playing real good this week. Very clearly, having taken down the super high roller on Friday, and now final 3 tables here in the main, having a great 2026 APPT Manila so far. Let's see if you can keep it rolling. Back-to-back final tables, Seb. Can you imagine? What a life.
That would be crazy. And
That would be crazy.
quite a cool flop to lead on from the big blind. Hijack is not open raising. Yeah, I like that a lot. Hijack is not open raising any 5-4 suited. Big blind can defend all those small suited stuff. You have to be a little careful, because if you don't defend 6-2 suited, 6-3 suited, you obviously not defend any of those offsuit part. So you gotta be a little careful. I still love the lead. Let's see how the open raiser reacts against that. Gives a backdoor flush draw. It's not easy to realize backdoor equity.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, the power of the lead there, right, Seb? I think you're absolutely right. Good analysis for sure. It's hard to find, but I think we are probably supposed to at least call the lead.
Yeah, I agree, but we haven't seen too many of those leads so far.
Yeah.
I love them. They're so effective. It's so tough to play against them if you have those mediocre hands. And he had 2 overcards and a backdoor flush draw. So if you gotta fold out that, you can't hope for more.
Yeah, man, I love it. It's really good stuff. And getting hands like that to fold, Seb, as you said, just so powerful, and just you're going to win so much more there than your opponents who don't have that lead. And it's just takes hold, takes charge of the hand, right there, right now. Get some information as well some of the time.
Yeah, and imagining it's a short stack, you're just, 7 is suited under the gun. Come on. Do it. It looks like the blinds went up again. 25, 50K. So that should be the last level of today. And we still have, I think, 24 left. We'll see if, as soon as we get the information. Still 24 players remaining. The shortest stack on the table has 195K. So 4 blinds. Needs to find a spot before he hits the blinds.
On the button, 2.3 million, ace-9 raise. And two deeper stacked players here. King Jack, I think, is going to want to at least call, but Sung-Yi Park has all the chips. He can do whatever he wants.
He can flick in a free bet as well, and he does that, raising it up to 400.
Now, I don't know if you spotted the hands earlier, Seb, but Steve is known to be somewhat liberal with the pre-flop calls, playing against the chip leader, however, and also ace-9 wasn't nearly as pretty as some of his previous explorations, shall we call them. Does decide to fold on this occasion, and the rich get richer.
It's quite interesting how ace-9 offsuit performs button versus big blind. Such a different story if you open raise early position or somewhere in the middle and you face a early free bet. It's just a dust hand. But in that kind of scenario, I could see some callings. I don't think you want to do that in a final free table environment. It's just too much pressure on you. But
yeah, I mean, possibly also just like a 4-bet candidate as well. We saw that move earlier. In fact, against the chip leader, who you know is going to be more liberal with the 3-betting, I think that's a really good candidate to consider 4-betting some of the time.
Ace queen suited, beautiful hand. So Park has
chip
the
leader.
chip lead and 9-7 suited. I think you can go with all three options. I think folding is fine. I think sometimes free betting is fine, even though it sounds crazy. Calling could be okay.
Crazy, you say? So crazy it just might work.
Big blind decides to defend here with the ace-3 off against hijack open. I would say he's still fine. Unfortunately, he's dominated here, and the flop is pretty lovely for Young. It's very interesting the sizing you want to choose. I think against the 760k stack, it's not too bad to size up here and try to play a 2-street hand. But he decides to go small and gets a fold. That's fine. And we move on. Still on the pay jump.
24 players remain here in Manila in the main event. The idea was to try and get down to final two tables. We still have, so if you want to say maybe an hour to play, something like that. Obviously, we're not absolutely certain, chat, because with the editing and the way we're broadcasting this, we are unsure as to exactly how it's going to be displayed to us here on broadcast, but not a lot of time to get down to the final 16. So also begs the question, what will we see tomorrow? How many players coming back? When will the broadcast begin? Don't forget tomorrow, though, 4 p.m. CEST, we are going to be bringing you more action all the way down to a winner. Seb, I was about to say while I was giving that speech, Narita +1 shoves the A6, is ultra shallow. Do you think he can still wait it out here? Do you think the A6 still needs to go?
I'm not sure. We're in an exact pay jump. I'm not sure how that plays into that mind. I think without the pay jump, I'm just going with any ace and 4 blinds. With the pay jump, it's a bit trickier. And yeah, this is worst case scenario for the A6. Facing a re-raise. Pretty much he knows he's down to 3 outs. 6 or sometimes the ace is live against a pair, but here he needs 6. Nobody else will call, so
I don't know for sure, Seb. I do think there's a chance A6 should just be patient. We are playing with the big blind ante as well, so it's
it's
tough
could
to
be,
know.
could be. I don't know. I don't know, but could be. Sometimes it's surprising that you still have to fold quite a lot of hands under the gun. But anyway, here we go. He needs a 6, or he will be out, or a 3 now. As you can see on the top, there are a couple of threes already out of the deck. He has some chop pots too.
So 5 deuce 4-4 needs
Oh,
a river
here
that
we
looks like that.
go.
That's a 6. Narita does find the double, remains in the event. Unlucky for Young.
So back to your question, if that's a jam, I would clearly say yes. Easy all in, easy double up. Let's go.
Assuming there's a 6 on the river, yes.
Anyway, for Young, it's not the worst beat you can get in that setup. Final three tables was quite a cheap one. I'm always happy when those bad beats happen against stacks. Not that meaningful.
Yeah, it feels way better. If you're going to take the hits, take them against the short stacks.
Ooh, and now he gets pocket tens. What would you say, Nick? Min raise or jam?
Great question. We are at... I think we just jam this. Let's keep this one balanced. And also, it is a really pretty playable hand, but I don't think the induce has that much value. We're still going to get called by loads of hands, right? It's not like we're not going to end up in some very nice situations against 9s and 8s and 7s, depending on where they are, of course, on the table. But I think the jam is best here. Seb, what do you think?
Yeah, I agree. I don't think we are getting too many re-jams from 9s, 8s, 7s anyway, but they, especially the later positions, are calling those hands. And you don't want to get some queen jack, king jack offsuit defending against your min raise. So I don't mind jamming. It's probably still better to min raise and just jam 9s, but wherever you're going to put the cutoff in, I think it's fine. I like it. Let's move on. He's back from 195 to at least 600. So very, very nice spin up.
Don't stop believing.
Nice to see so many fast folds. Beautiful. Cutoff has to fold too. Interesting hand here on the button. We have 11 blinds, a king 9 suited. For me, I'll jam this on the button.
Send it in. I think this is an easy,
Too strong.
easy send.
You're jamming some worse hands there too. Very well done. Small blind is not a threat with the 6-3 offsuit. Big blind neither.
Narita can't do it, mate. There you go. Nice pickup for Cow at the 25, 50K at big blind level.
Let's go. Ace queen from under the gun. Very pretty hand. Raise it up. Easy to counter our blinds now as well with the 50K big blind.
Folding round. Small blind don't got nothing. Big blind.
Oh.
Oh, hello, Ace King.
Oh, here we
So
go.
we start this hand at around 40 effective.
Yeah. Quite interesting what you want to do. The one thing, I think it's the computer will say always free bet, or most of the time. The one thing I like about the call, you keep all the ace queens, ace jack, ace 10, ace 8 suited in. So that's quite cool. So you're going to get a lot of value from those.
Yeah, and now that we've played Ace King in a way which really disguises the strength of our hand, I'm assuming we just gotta continue calling, but Young is really good at navigating these spots.
Yeah, sure.
Does a
I
call.
don't think there's a way around calling. I don't know what you think about that one, Nick. I really don't mind that. I think you
What the
won't be
flat pre-flop?
Yeah,
Yeah.
big blind versus under the gun. I think he goes check now and he just wins it. And 425k is still a chunky pot.
Yeah, no dramas. Played it slow, won a few chips. Nice work. I mean, there's an argument as well, Seb, that, you know, if he 3-bets, there's a chance ace queen just doesn't even call. That under the gun
I
versus
don't-
big blind positioning makes it really, really tough, right?
Yeah, I think people are not jamming the ace queen in that scenario. That's obviously if we see some ace queen jams, if we see some ace 5 suited jams, I'm totally down to free bet that one. But in the game we are playing at the moment, final 3 tables, it's so tough to find those all ends. So I think you're gonna extract a bit more value out of the ace queens and ace jack this way, but I'm fine either way. And we move on with 735k stack, min raising the ace jack off suit from under the gun. Pocket 5s here. The middle position has to fold. There's no other way. Everybody folds. Nothing spectacular yet.
Young Yang hoping to get it round, does indeed get it round. No action from the blinds either. Has chipped up a little bit here, last couple hands. Yesterday, Seb, you did actually ask me about card protectors. I'm not sure if I asked you how you felt about card protectors in the end.
Yeah, I'm not a big card protector guy. I don't know.
Yeah.
Just doesn't give me anything. I'm fine without. I don't know. I don't mind if you have a cool one. Why not? But if you don't,
There was
fine too.
There was a fun story. The last time we had UKIPT in Brighton, which of course is my hometown, guys. That's where I live here in the United Kingdom. Loads of PokerStars ambassadors, loads of friends came down to join us for that. And in what is now a closed casino, next door to the casino that it was held at, there is an arcade. And I hit a jackpot and I won loads of tickets. And I bought everybody little rubber ducks that they could use for their time in Brighton. And I thought that was a fun card protector story, but not something I would remember to actually bring to every event thereafter.
So
Which,
the
Seb, of
casino's
course, leads me to my next question.
closed.
If you were a sandwich, what kind of sandwich would you be?
I thought about that one before, and
It's the obvious segue.
I couldn't come to any good answer. I have no clue. I sat there, was listening to you guys, and I thought about it, and I was like, no way, I can't. It's so weird.
Yeah, I sincerely don't know what the answer would be either. So it's just one of those deep and meaningful questions you have to think about. Maybe in 10 years time.
I will, mate.
In,
I will
in 10
think
years
about that
time,
one.
Seb, it'll be me and you. We'll be sitting in some
At the
some
final
beautiful,
table,
exotic
at the
location.
APT
Oh yeah,
Barca main
final
event.
table EPT main event. Yep. And you'll go, hey Nick, I got an answer for you. And I'll go, what are you talking about? He goes, 10 years ago today, you asked me what kind of a sandwich that would be. And then you'll have an answer, and it'll be something really beautiful, and everyone will cry. It's going to be amazing.
It feels
Anyway,
like a
guys, Ace
good
Nine of
time
Hearts.
frame. Yeah, I need that
A
at
good
least
time.
10 years.
You need the 10 years to figure
Yeah.
it out. Maybe James will have it worked out by then too. But he might need 15. He wasn't confident about it, guys. I understand. That's okay. Ace 9 all in.
Oh, and he got the page up as well, so he can jam a little more free.
And Sun
with
Yi
that
Park.
one.
I'm
Aye,
assuming
aye,
this is an easy call. He's just asking for a double check on the chips. Domination situation. Narita did very well to find the double with the ace-6 versus ace-queen, but needs some help once again, as it is domination once more.
Come on, another free outer. Let's go. I'm more a big fan of hearts. Ah, just one.
Jack, deuce, king.
Deuce of
No
hearts.
help
would
for
be
the
fun.
nines.
Close
Deuce of clubs. Yeah, not quite the flush draw that Seb was calling for, but on the river, what'll it be? It is the 4 of hearts, no good for Narita. Elimination. Sungi Park, the rich get very much richer, guys. He must be our chip leader in this event, unless I'm very much mistaken.
Yeah, he must be a huge chip lead here. He's still close to 200 big blinds. Final 3 tables of a main event. That's crazy. That's so crazy. Yeah, GG 23rd place cashes for $8,000. Still a good payday. Obviously, you're going to be very sad to be so close to such a big final table. But anyway, I guess he will come back one day and plays another big tournament.
Under the gun, it is Cow, ace-4 suited. This time around the 13, a big blind mark. How do you feel about this one, Seb?
It's a tricky one. I think you can just try to steal. Now we missed a player, so we're not playing 8-handed, we're playing 7-handed. I don't mind the fold, let's be honest, but yeah.
I definitely understand the fold here. I'm going to go on a limb. I without seeing all the stacks on the table right now exactly, it is tricky because obviously the distribution of chips will change how this plays, but probably technically still an open, but I understand the fold, and if you feel uncomfortable in that position, I do not blame him for just deciding against it at this point.
We see a snap jam from the button from the ace-10 offsuit. And he gets it through. 10-7 won't be in the mix.
Yeah, and I do wonder what Young Yang does if there is the open from early position. There's a chance he just bins the ace-10, so that's kind of the power of having that early position open with the blocker.
I totally agree. That's so interesting. I totally forgot about that. I think if you min open of that stack under the gun, you're putting ace-10 offsuit, ace-jack offsuit in such a tricky position.
I mean, again, I'm going to try and approximate here. I'm going to try and find something in the library that's close. So final 3 tables under ICM, and you have around 13 big blinds under the gun. It looks like they only want you to open something like ace-5 suited plus. However, that is with a very short stack, 2 short stacks behind. So I think that changes things pretty considerably. On this occasion, right, Seb, we've got some pretty big stacks around the table as well. So no super shorties behind. I think that changes things quite a lot. Let's take a look at
Yeah, I agree. It's very sensitive. There is,
It is.
I think you will I think you will find solutions. I think you find stacks behind where you can open, then some other solutions will tell you.
Yeah.
I think you gotta
exactly
feel
right.
it a little bit out, how aggressive the table is and how much you can get away.
100%.
I think with a tighter image, you can easier get folds. So if you haven't played many hands at all, then people think you're just only raising top of your range. Perfect spot. The other way around, just let it go. That's the nice thing about poker. You can just have a spot where both kind of options are totally fine.
Yeah, it looks as though it's close anyway. So I think it feels close as well, doesn't it, Seb? But you're quite right in what you say.
Anyway, guys, if anyone asks you about a spot, just say it's close, and you're not gonna be.
Just always say it's close, and you sound knowledgeable.
Yeah.
Under the gun, it has opened. We don't see cards just yet. It was a raise off of a somewhat short stack.
Mystery hand. That's actually fun. Hopefully we don't get to know the hand. Check it suited
Yeah.
is defending. Oh, that's gonna be no. I just wanted to keep guessing. Man, that would have been so fun.
So anyway, I was hoping that we weren't going to see it as well. My guess is we're going to start with around quarter pot continuation, so maybe 50 or 60K, something like that.
Oh,
Let's
he
see if
checks it
Andre
back.
agrees. Oh wow.
5 of diamonds on the turn.
I mean, he's not
wonder-
gonna struggle to get the chips in if he wants to, right, Seb? He can still bet big turn and then shove river, but
I wonder if he checks any ace-5 suited. There are 2 combos left. I think the bet from Kao is totally fine. Just bet out with a check back. I think you can discount all the overpairs. I don't think any overpairs are checking this flop.
yeah, and on this occasion, the check is done really well, right? You know, when your opponent does have a weaker jack, it's very, very nice to find a check here, but
The only sad thing would be if you don't get it. If it. Oh my god!
oh, that's absolutely brutal. That is an absolutely sick run out here for the queen jack.
He reaches so fast for chips.
That was a very bold reach, wasn't it, Seb?
That was so fast. I instantly thought, "Oh, buddy, don't do it so fast." Now he's playing with them, but it still felt like, oh my god, he sees the 8 and instantly grabs him and he puts exactly that out. Oh my god, and he gets a snap call. I don't think you can ever fold that. It's so unfortunate.
Yeah, look at Andre. He's trying to remain stoic here.
On the other side of life, I think he could have lost it all.
Yeah, that is a very frustrating spot there for Andre. And on that note, we tick down to 20, and I'd like to invite back into the fray Mr. James Hardigan.
Thank you very much, Nicholas. And yeah, 20 players remaining and around 40 minutes left, 35 minutes, in fact, we can see on the clock there, left on the day. It's going to be tight. We talked earlier on, Seb, about the fact that the widget was saying 16.5, so it's either going to be just shy of 2 tables or we'll get to the final 2 tables. I think we can lose 4 players in 35 minutes. I'm saying it's going to happen. I'm saying we're coming back with 2 tables tomorrow.
James, I think the widget is spot on. It looks like the blinds are high. There are a couple of short stacks. 35 minutes left to play. I think we're going to make it. But 16 should be the end.
Yeah, I mean, whatever happens, they're going to play to the end of this level. So even if we get to 16, they would play on. Then tomorrow, play down to the final table, then play down to a winner. Again, I think we're being flexible where we start the coverage. I think we have to be honest with ourselves and have to reflect that with this many entries, with this many blinds in play, tomorrow could be a very long day. We thought we were staring down the barrel of a long day today, but I think they took the wise decision to just cover the tail end of day 2. Maybe we'll cover all of the final day. Maybe we'll cover it from the start of the final table. It depends. Because there's still a lot of play left in this tournament with 60% effectively more runners than they would have anticipated.
Yeah, 60% is an absolute madness number. And the chip leader has such an incredible stack. 7.5 million chips. And the big blind is 50K. Such an incredible run for him. And he picks up queens. Oh, no.
And Cow with king, queen suited in the small blind.
The thing is, chip leader is open.
Yeah. You think late position race in the chip leader. I've got 20 bigs in the small blind, king, queen suited. I'm so tempted to ship here.
Oh, he finds the call. He doesn't jam.
Wow.
He saves himself for sure in that spot. So it's really, really technical here because the big blind is so short on chips. So he has 4 point something big blinds left. I still think I would have just jammed the king queen suited and would have busted the tournament. But let's see what the flop brings.
6,
3-3-6.
3-3. And just the one diamond. Now, I wonder if that single diamond and 2 overs to the board is enough to keep him around for one street. He has checked the action to Park, who you'd expect to continue here with the queens.
Yeah, I think it just depends how big the bet will be. I think, as you said, I don't think we see a check. We see almost always a bet and a snap fold. That's
Wow.
honestly, I think almost every other poker player would have lost at least 150k more, if not the whole stack.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, if you are going to take that passive route, which most of us wouldn't do, and just flat the king, queen of diamonds pre, you are probably peeling one, especially with a diamond on the board on that flop. But hey, got away from it, loses the minimum. Have to salute him for that.
yeah, 100%
And
agree.
where are we at with prize money? Because obviously this is a massive factor as well, right? We have reached the point where there is going to be a money jump with every 2 or 3 eliminations. So right now, everyone is guaranteed $9,000 US. If you can ladder up a couple of spots, the next payout jump is when we get to 17, when you've locked up more than 10 grand.
Yeah, those pay jumps are quite interesting if you look at them. Obviously, as soon as we reach the final table bubble, it will get bigger and bigger and bigger. So there is still some incentive to try to get somehow to the final table, and you don't need to take the first ladders too serious. But obviously, every pay jump matters.
Yes. I think it's just being explained to players what's going to happen here. They're just referencing the fact that we are close to 16 players, that they will carry on playing if and when they get down to 16 and then conclude at the end of this level. Great to see Sung Hyuk Jung again. I
He will
mean,
flip.
that is a hell of a week. You win the super high roller and then you find yourself in the top 19 of the biggest ever main event.
That's so crazy. That's actually so wild. Anyway, we have a flip here. Andre is at risk with the deuces.
Yeah. Kostitsin is going to need deuces to hold, or he will be eliminated. So far, so good for the deuces. Kings and tens, the cards he's looking to fade. Same outs for Jung. Kostitsin just needs to avoid a king or a 10 on the river. River card is a king. Of course it's a king.
Oh,
and Jung's run good continues, Seb, as Andrei Kostitsin is eliminated in 19th place.
And we are coming closer to the final 16. And I think we are on an exact pay jump as well. A $1,500 pay jump.
And it always sucks to come so close and yet be so far from the final table, from the trophy, from that first prize of more than $250,000. You know, you've outlasted near enough 1,400 players, and you know, you fall short a few spots, and the difference in prize money is still brutal.
Yeah, it's completely crazy. Obviously, it's such an incredible run to come down to the final 20 players, but as soon as you're there, you just want to close it out. And as you can see, Park is just chilling. He has all the chips. Being in a spot like that is just so crazy. He can do whatever he wants. Now we have kind of similar spot to before. Park just open raises. You can see open raises so wide. And I would say the ace-10 has to go in. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Even button is not in the hand. So you have one less player. Oh my god. He would have ran into kings.
Yeah. Yeah.
I would have busted so many stacks there with my play. It's incredible.
Three bet from Steve Ing. And a quick fold from the big stack. Park still playing 7.6 million. Blinds 25k, 50k. For another 25 minutes or so. 17 players remaining. We're almost at the final two tables.
We're down to 17, James. Out of the sudden, it goes so quick. It's crazy. The other table must be...
Considering, Seb, how the pace of eliminations has been relatively slow all day, there comes that point in a tournament, right, where you need to kind of just let the blinds catch up a little bit, or rather let some stack consolidation take place. And I think we've reached one of those points in the tournament where we've gone from 24 almost down to 16 pretty damn quick.
Yeah, I agree. That has to happen at one point.
Yeah.
And it might be a good spot closer to the final table. People have been scared a little bit. They don't want to bust, and now the blinds are just too big and stacks are going in.
Ace Jack in the small blind for Steve Ing, and is he betting enough there to put his opponent all in? Yeah, and a quick fold from the big blind. Quick head count. So now we are at 17. We hit that pay jump that you referenced. $10,750 US is the current prize. The next jump will be when we're down to 15. Then the payout will be around 15K. Remember, these are approximate translations. Sorry, 12.5K. Approximate translations of the prize money, which is paid in Philippine peso.
And by the way, you talked before about tomorrow's stream. Personally, I would love to see the final table bubble. I think that's such an interesting scenario in a tournament.
I think the current plan is to show all of the final day. That plan would shift. Let's say, for example, it takes 5 or 6 hours to play to the final table, which is not beyond the realms of possibility. I think we may have to reassess that plan. Steve Ing raises the button. Jung Yang shoves from the small blind with jacks. The chip leader wants a count because he's got ace-10 of diamonds.
Oh, God. I don't think I would fold the ace-10. So the button has still quite a big stack. He can open raise wide. The small blind, he can reach him suited aces. He can reach him ace-5. He can reach him king-queen, king-jack, and stuff like that. And the big stack has ace-10 suited. And if he reach it... Did he? No, he didn't reach him yet. What is going on if he calls or jams? And the thing is, he definitely hasn't played tight with that stack.
Yeah.
I doubt that.
I mean, he saves Steve Ing some pain if he decides to repop it here.
He
just a call. Ooh. So what do you do with nines here?
It's so weird, James. I don't know. So the thing is, if you jam and if you have fold equity, so if Park is calling with hands like ace-10 suited, ace-9 suited, king-queen suited, and you could push them out. What if he's calling with pocket eights? It's such a weird... You could push him out and play for a triple up with one guy less in the pot. It's so weird.
Yeah.
He jammed.
He re-jams with the nines. This does look really strong.
Wow, wow, wow. And he has 4 million chips in a pot, and he just has to call 1.6. And even if he wins the side pot, he he makes money. He makes chips on the spot.
Sure, but don't you now have to start worrying about the ace jacks, ace queens, ace kings, which are potential hands for Steve Eng here?
Sure, 100%. I would in Park's shoes, I would have just jammed. So I might fold out eights, nines, probably even ace jack offsuit. I might fold out.
By the way, there has been an elimination at one of the outer tables, so we are down to 16. Whatever happens after this, we will be down to 2 tables. Will it be 2 tables of 8? Potentially. Ace 10 folded, Jung Yang all in and set for more than a triple up because of that dead money contributed by Park.
He could triple up. And he absolutely dominates nines. It's insane. So it couldn't have worked out better for Young. There is no way it could have worked out better for Young.
Just has to fade those nines. All in and a significant favorite here. Queen, queen, 4 on the flop with 2 diamonds. Ace 10 of diamonds.
I didn't want to say that. Ace 10 of diamonds was live.
Only a 9 on the river eliminates Jung Yang. It's a deuce. Jacks hold. So ace 10 would have lost, by the way, both the main pot and the side pot.
Good fold.
Jung Yang with more than the triple up there, up to 2.3 million now.
That's such a massive spot.
And we are at the final 2 tables, so some new players coming to the main stage. Seung Yi Park, still the big stack, 6.8 million. Wonil Bay, pretty short, 615,000, hovering between that 10-15 big blind mark. And 25 minutes left on the day. Confirmation from the tournament staff that we will play on. We will play to the end of this level. And the survivors, be there 16, 15, 14, will bag and tag and return for the final day, day 3, which is tomorrow. We will be streaming at least part, if not all, of day 3 of the APPT Manila main event. Easy for you to say. And we will be live once again at 5 p.m. Central European Summer Time.
What an amazing hand that was. And now, obviously, we have 2 tables left, some new players on our table, and a pretty hand here under the gun.
Yeah, Win Kao with ace queen. Fernand Ko is one of the players who's just joined the feature table. He does not have a decision. Jack 7 is an easy fold here. Tomoyo Kakihara. Lets it go. Jung folds. Round to the newly enriched Jung Yang. 7 deuce off. Blech. King 10 for Park in the small.
I love 7 deuce off, James. Beautiful one.
Sicko.
Small
And here is
blind
the short
finds
stack.
a call. Incredible. King 10 offsuit against under the gun.
A frustrating situation for Wonil Bay, who had just paid the big blind and the big blind ante, so is now playing just 10 bigs. We have top pair here for Park. Not much for Kao to be excited about. Neither player has a spade in their hand. Kao is going to take a stab at this, continuing into a pot of 300,000. Makes it 80k. Park calls with top pair. Solid kicker. Ace of spades. Kao now with the advantage.
I didn't want to say it, but I was so interested to see how this one plays out with a spade. Now, both players have some sort of showdown, but neither of them has a flush. I don't know. I'm very curious if Park wants to turn this one into a bluff in the river. I don't know.
Well, it is not a fifth spade, so this will not be a chop. Ace is still good for Cow.
I think it's safe to say it's quite tough for the under the gun to have a spade there. It has to be some sort of queens, jacks, tens. Queen, jack, spades, probably bets flop. Okay, they show it down. It's a very interesting spot on the river. I think it's a very bold move to bluff there. I don't think you're going to see it often at all. Check, check seems like the play.
Making the
Nice
final
spin.
day of this tournament is very much in sight for these 16 players. And even though it doesn't really change anything per se, surviving to the final day is an accomplishment for many players. To say they came back for the final day is something that they might want to boast about. As such, I do think we're going to be in a situation where play might be a little cagey towards the end of the day.
Yeah, I totally agree. I always tell myself it doesn't change if I bust on the end of day one or at the start of day two if there is no money bubble or anything like that. But obviously you want to reach another day and survive. So it's kind of a weird feeling you have in those spots.
Now, I'm interested to see whether we have consistency across the tours. Seb, you play a lot of European events, the PokerStars Opens, the EPTs. So you know that at this stage of the tournament, there is not an overnight redraw. As such, we would just play to the end of the level on the timed clock and stop there. There is no point in playing a set number of hands at the end because the players are going to come back in exactly the same seats and the button will be transferred from where it was last night. But I'm interested to see whether they do things the same way in Manila.
Yeah, it's always so interesting how different countries handle the spots in those tournaments differently. So I agree. I don't think you need to redraw here. And we have kind of a fun free bet here with the 6-7 suited. It's very good to have some of those lower hands as well, so you cover a couple of more boards. Normally, people tend to only have those big hands they free bet, so they're struggling a lot on those middling low boards. He decides to free bet the 6-7 suited, and Steve needs to figure out if he jams. Yeah, I love that. Against the chip lead, perfectly played. If you free bet 6-7 suited, he has enough free bets to profitable jam the ace jack, and such a big pickup here.
Yeah. Steve Ing hovering around the 2 million mark.
It's quite interesting how you approach a spot like that. Final two tables with the huge chip lead of 7 million. On the one hand, you don't want to dust it off. You just don't want to give everyone a double up. But on the other hand, you try to be aggressive. You need to find a good line there. It's easy to overdo it.
Well, the one thing I can confirm is that there is no overnight redraw. That's standard. But the one thing we're not sure of is whether they will just play a set number of hands at the end or whether we will play to the end of the level. It doesn't make any huge difference. Just one method is completely unnecessary. Oh, yes, we have got Ace-8 opening and we have got Jack-8 3-betting.
I love it how brave he is. One free bet doesn't work. He goes right after him again. It's just nice. Nice to see. I think that will work. Ace it off. You can't do much against that. I don't know. We might see a wild 4-bet. You never know. But
Sorry.
nice. It's really cool to see people not getting too scared just because one free bet didn't work. Doesn't mean that the next one is not working either. So that's quite cool. Nice hand. Check 8 suited. It doesn't really matter what he chooses to free bet there with.
looks very strong. He wins the pot. Let's go. And you can see why he has so many chips. He's just playing aggressive.
Yeah. Still think it's super impressive that we have the guy who won the first tournament that we streamed here from APPT Manila now in the final 16 of the main event.
Yeah, those things are so unique. But one thing I noticed that I kind of remember from the final table of the super high roller, he really maneuvered very well in those bubble spots, final table bubble spots. And then at the point where it mattered, he just put the pressure on.
It's one thing to cut through a field of 47 players. It's another to cut through a field of more than 1,400.
Yeah, that's very impressive.
So Ing has opened ace-jack. Cow deciding what to do on the button with ace-tray. Now Fernand Coe in the small blind. And now Tomoyo Kakihara in the big blind. Queen deuce off. I know you're meant to defend the big blind wide set, but I hate defending with hands like this.
Yeah, especially with those. Against early positions, you're rather going to take 6-7 offsuit than queen deuce off. So good fold and keep your chips.
You got to accrue chips, but you've also got to hold on to your chips. So 60-minute levels to be played tomorrow. Playing down to a winner. Tomorrow will definitely be the final day of this tournament. A reminder, the winner is going to get to lift the trophy and receive a first prize of more than $250,000 US. Tomorrow's stream starting same time as the last 3 streams have started, 5 p.m. Central European summertime. I'm sure you can do the conversion to your part of the world, wherever you may be watching from today. As we see, Yang open 8-7 suited, Park flats with 4s. Bay looking for a spot. Jack 6 off just ain't the one.
Normal, I'm pretty critical with flatting small pairs against early position open raises, but with that stack, there's just one reshuffling stack you can always call, so you can flick in a call, try to hit a set and play a massive pot here. The good thing is you have position as well on the 8-7 suited. Oh, that's a very interesting hand. Such a pretty free betting hand against both opponents. And you know the Park is not the tightest guy in the world either. Finds a fold.
Ooh. Well, that means we're going heads up to the flop. An unconventional flip. 8-7 against 4s. And 4s are still ahead for now, but it's a post-flop flip because Yang has spades.
Quite a cool flop here. I'm pretty sure we are going to see a turn.
Yeah, with that paired board, you've got to call one, right?
I think it's every street is not lovely for Park, but I don't see a player like him to fold here. But does he decide to do something else? That might be super.
Oh, yes. I forgot there's a third option, right? It's not a case of just folding or calling. There is also the prospect of the raise to 175,000.
He just min clicks it. So creative. It's so creative.
But equally, you can't fold the flush draw. So here we go. We're going to see that turn card. Not a spade. And this is where Park could potentially push Yang off this draw.
Yeah. That check. And a 7 on the river.
It's always coming. And that is going to give Yang the best hand.
The thing is, I don't see Park bluffing here. His opponent still could have ace queen, ace jack, ace 10. Wow.
Oh, look at this.
Value bets.
Cheeky little value bet with a pair of 7s.
Wow. Against what is he value betting? Missed ace high flush draws? Wow. I think Yang is pretty sure he has the best hand, but he doesn't think Park has
But here's the thing, Seb. If he manages to get called here by a pair of 4s, the guy's a genius.
That's true. I agree.
But 4s do not call.
That
But
was
again,
a very
Yang,
creative hand.
absolutely. And Yang continues to chip up. Remember, he was on the ropes not that long ago, got that amazing triple up, and now is closing in on the 3 million mark.
Yeah, lovely to see. Lovely to see. And we had one guy folding king check suited.
Less than 10 minutes left on the clock. Only a few hands left to play on day 3. Strong chance it's going to be 16 players coming back tomorrow. 2 full tables for the final day of this main event. Ace-2 suited for Nguyen Cao.
I would say we will see an open raise. Yes, indeed.
6 raise, 100,000. 7
Round 2, Kakihara on the button. King 10 suited. Oh, yes, please.
You can go either way. You can call, you can free bet. We've seen before he folded the king jack, so I would guess he's more into calling here. But I've been very bad with my predictions today. Yeah, that's what I meant. I'm very bad with my predictions. I thought folding is not an option, but what do I know?
Well, King 9 of spades is a defend from the big blind for Steve Eng. Both players with spades. Are we going to see more spades on the board? No. Queen, Jack, Deuce. The gut shot for Steve Eng. Wins still ahead right now with a pair of deuces.
Just
Bet
a
of
small
80,000.
c-bet. And gets a fold.
Eng decides to fold. Yeah, yeah. And again, I think this factors into what we were just discussing, Seb, with where we are. We're at the end of a long day. Fatigue, we say it all the time. I know it's a cliche, but fatigue is a factor. The prospect of making the final day, just 5 minutes left on the clock. No one wants to get out of line. No one wants to do anything too risky.
Yeah, I agree. You've seen it with the king jack suited, the king 10 suited.
Yeah.
I would say,
Yeah.
in my eyes, 2 mandatory hands to play. As you said, fatigue is a big factor. People really should not underestimate a tournament like that, playing probably 10 to 12 hours a day and playing for a lot of money as well. So you don't want to make any silly mistakes. I get that. And the chip leader obviously open raises a lot.
It's a really hard thing to explain to someone who's never played a multi-day, multi-table tournament, that just sitting down playing cards all day for several days is so draining. So draining.
I agree. You gotta experience it yourself. That could be another good example of people not getting into completely crazy spots.
With the ace queen, you could go either way. Free betting is obviously pretty good. Calling is fine too. Nice, let's go. Put the pressure on.
250.
Yeah, goes down the re-raising route. It's a 3-bet to 250,000. Kakihara folds, Jung's out. Looks like the blinds have folded, so action back on park.
I don't think this guy's folding much. Now the question is, does he want a 4-bet or just call?
I mean, this hand is a 4-betting contender for sure.
Yeah. I'm very curious to see what he thinks about that one. Oh, here we go. That looks, he's reaching for a lot of chips.
Okay, so that is going to be what, 500,000? And now, how much do you like ace queen? With 2 minutes 50 something left on the clock, no pay jump coming up. Oh,
it feels like he looked over to the clock and saw, oh no, 2 minutes left. What am I doing
I
now?
know. Do I basically want to bust on what will be one of the last hands of the day? Do I want to get it in with ace queen, only to run into ace king, throw up in my
I think
mouth
he
and be
jammed,
hated life?
James. Oh my God. He
Well, good
found
for him.
the jam.
Good for him. Great read. Really good read.
Now, guys, I know already who I'm rooting for tomorrow. It's for sure Fernand. For sure.
I love the way Park's trying to make it look good. Can I get a count, please?
Oh.
How much does he have there? Oh, now you have to look up in the air and pretend to do some mathematics. There we go. Thank you.
A very cool hand. I love it. I really, really do appreciate the fact that he's not afraid. And it's very good.
Absolutely.
Those 500K are worth so much in that situation. And as I said before, the pay jumps are not small, yes, but the big ones are on top. So getting those extra 500Ks for your day free is just amazing.
Chances are we'll only see 1 or 2 more hands. This could be the last hand of the day, depending on how long it takes.
Bay will be quite short tomorrow if he survives.
Yeah, because of course the blinds will be up when we come back tomorrow.
He tanks himself into the day free. It's amazing.
I hope he wasn't tanking, think he's going to avoid the big blind tomorrow, because as we established, no redraw. You're getting the big blind first hand tomorrow, buddy, and it's going to be bigger.
30 seconds left, guys. Come on, snap fold. Give him another chance to double up.
Okay, king 5 suited for Kakihara.
Kakihara is really want to make day free as well. I think that might be the last hand of the day. One more, dealer. Ace king.
Wow! Gets a walk in the big blind and had ace king.
Oh man! Imagine being so aggressive and not getting any action when you have ace king. Crazy. GG,
Looks like
guys.
that was the last hand, yeah. Looks like play has concluded, Seb. So, yeah, players coming back tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow. For now, from Nick Walsh, Seb Huber, and me, James Hartigan, it's goodbye from the Asia Pacific Poker Tour.